Chapter 527. Yi Fan refused to say where the immortal godly medicine was. His words were very fierce and resolute, as if he didn't believe some people in the palace at all. Someone in the palace sneered and pressed even harder. Killing intent was like a sharp blade, piercing to the bone. The situation was extremely dangerous, and it could be triggered at any moment. At this moment, the monkey had already held the peerless murderous weapon in his hand and was about to wreak havoc in the palace. The murderous weapon that was about to rot was overflowing with vicious might. Many people locked onto Yi Fan. If a battle broke out, they would definitely pounce over and snatch the chi of all things cauldron. This was an excellent opportunity. Even if he was related to the current saint, if he was judged to be the inheritor of Ruthless, he would not be able to escape death. The Holy Lands would not allow him to live in this world. At this moment, everything was already in place, and they only needed to make their move. Everyone, there is no need to be like this. I believe that Yi Fan has nothing to do with Ruthless. He only obtained the black-yellow essence by chance. The Queen Mother of the West spoke up to defend him. Immediately, an overlord retorted, insisting that Yi Fan must have obtained Ruthless inheritance. Otherwise, there could not be such a coincidence. He entered the Copper Palace safely, obtained the chi of all things and the immortal true dragon medicine. All signs indicate that he obtained the heaven-devouring demon scripture. The words, ruthless, shook the world, and the ancient scripture he left behind was very important. Many people sneered and kept pressuring Yi Fan to give a clear explanation. Yi Fan refused to reveal the whereabouts of the true dragon medicine no matter what. His tight-lipped words made many people's eyes flash with cold light, and the atmosphere became even more tense. If you want to snatch the immortal godly medicine, you have to get through me first. The monkey raised the murderous weapon, golden light bursting from his eyes. Looks like everything he said was just an excuse. The heaven-devouring great emperor's godly medicine can't be in the north region. Killing him, the inheritor, is definitely not wrong. Many people pressed forward and were about to make their move. They all revealed cruel sneers, and their killing intent was like a blade cutting through the spring wind, causing the temperature in the palace to plummet. Little Yi is too calm. Outside the palace, Li Heishui thought, and started laughing coldly. Don't go overboard. If some people really make a move, we'll be in deep trouble. The large black dog was slightly worried. They knew that Yi Fan was accumulating power and putting on a real show. Otherwise, how could he have attracted the big fish? These old things were as shrewd as ghosts. Wan Chu and a few of the grand elders of the Zifu sect were about to attack when a sacred master finally spoke up to mediate. However, he also requested to see the true dragon medicine. Monkey almost flipped the roof. He swung his battle spear like a huge club. The battle was about to begin. Only now did Yi Fan relent. He had no choice but to compromise, agreeing to bring them to see the undying godly medicine. However, he had many requests. That's more like it. Only then can we confirm whether what you said is true or not. Otherwise, one of 10,000 beginnings grand elders mocked. He knew clearly that no matter what, the undying divine medicine was going to change owners, no longer belonging to Yi Fan. Once they found out where it grew, everyone would definitely fight over it. Young man, you still have a long way to go. There are many things you need to learn. A grand elder of the Zifu sect walked over and patted his shoulder. That's true. I'm just a little brat who doesn't know anything. In the future, I will naturally learn more from the seniors. Yi Fan lowered his stance. Get lost, the monkey roared angrily. He was about to brandish his weapon. He really couldn't stand these grand elders. Yi Fan held him back, not allowing him to make a move. If they fell out now, he would definitely suffer a great loss, and all of his efforts would be wasted. At the side, many lords revealed killing intent, but it wasn't appropriate for them to make a move. They already knew that this was a battle Saint Ape, and they were afraid of provoking other archaic royal clans. I want to make things clear first. That place is not a good place. If you want to go, you'll have to bear the consequences of your own life. Yi Fan could be said to be dawdling, and could even be said to be chattering endlessly. Some of the big shots wanted to give him a few slaps. When the crowd saw that he was unwilling to reveal the place, they had long since become impatient. They believed even more that there was indeed the true dragon medicine, and all of them wanted to hurry over as soon as possible. In the eyes of many, even a cultivator of the four extreme mystery realm could pluck it, so as the overlords of a region, how could they be inferior to him? People are really strange. The more I try to stop them, the more tempted they are, and the more convinced they are that there is no danger. Li Heishui was almost speechless. Sigh, many things have to be done in reverse, the large black dog also mumbled. Everyone, don't be too impatient. Right now, the Jade Pool meeting is still ongoing. No matter what, you should go after the meeting, right? Yi Fan was still dawdling. Humph, I'm afraid you'll flee even before the Jade Pool meeting ends, someone said coldly. You're all thinking too much. I just feel that it's not too good to go now. After all, the Jade Pool meeting is still ongoing, Yi Fan explained very seriously. There are formation pattern grandmasters here. As long as we're in the North region, opening the region gate will only take us the blink of an eye. It won't take us too long at all. The heavenly peach meat this time is to see the wondrous stones, so if we can also see the immortal godly herb now, wouldn't that be even better? It will definitely be a successful meet. Everyone spoke up one after another. At the end of the day, they had to see the immortal godly herb immediately. But I still feel that. Yi Fan rambled on, and found all kinds of excuses, still unwilling to move. Why do you have so many excuses? Many people couldn't stand him anymore. They had never seen such a dawdling person before, and they wanted nothing more than to stuff his mouth. Brat, you're courting death. Finally, someone couldn't hold back anymore, and thought that he was trying to stop them. He didn't want to bring them along at all. Boom! A large hand slapped forward, exuding an earthy yellow light. It was trying to slap Yi Fan to death. Pang! The monkey moved, and his golden fist smashed out like a large hammer, colliding with that large hand. Pooh! That person spat out a large mouthful of blood, and there were many cracks on his body. That large hand immediately turned into a meat paste, and it didn't have any shape at all. His flesh flew out over 100 zhang, and he smashed into a wall. Everyone's expressions changed. A half-step expert was almost directly slapped to death by the monkey. There wasn't anyone who wasn't shocked at how terrifying the battle's sacred ape race was. If you dare be disrespectful again, I'll destroy your body and spirit. The monkey waved the large stick in his hand. Isn't this a bit too impudent? So what if the ancient race is about to appear? Could it be that we will allow a monkey to act so arrogantly? He dares to take action in the Jade Pool Heavenly Palace? Let's join forces and kill him. Someone transmitted sound in the dark, and their words were filled with killing intent. They pressed forward step by step, wanting to incite everyone to wipe out the monkey and the others. Yi Fan felt that it was about time. He couldn't continue like this, or else it really would be as bad as going too far. He walked up, revealing an unwilling expression, and agreed to immediately move out. Of course, he reiterated once again that the road ahead was dangerous, and he had to take care of his own life and death. You don't need to worry. Many people were already fed up with him. If it wasn't for the monkey beside him, they would have definitely sealed his mouth first. It's better if you take care of yourself first. If this has anything to do with a vicious person, even the saints of the present era won't be able to save you. You'll be destroyed in body and spirit. Someone revealed killing intent. Yi Fan laughed coldly in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He only responded with helplessness. An undying divine medicine was about to appear, and it was personally planted by a vicious person more than 200,000 years ago. It was comparable to a treasure left behind by a deity. Many cultivators were nervous. When the realm gate opened, a group of people entered in a single file. None of them wanted to fall behind. Yi Fan was astonished. There were indeed many eccentric hermits in this world. They didn't move after hearing about the undying divine medicine. They sat in the heavenly palace and didn't come out at all. However, the majority of people were moved, and they all crossed the void together. If you deceive so many heroes, you should know what the consequences will be. Someone secretly transmitted a warning. Light flashed, and a snow-white expanse appeared in front of them. Cold air rushed over. This was a vast ice field. It was very high above sea level, and it was covered in ice and snow all year round. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. This place is... Everyone was shocked. Many people recognized this place. The people of the Jiang clan had strange expressions. They were the most abnormal because this place was related to them. 70 to 80,000 years ago, this place was a boundless ice mountain that reached the clouds. It was majestic and unending. However, there was a great upheaval at that time, and almost all the Holy Lands participated in the war. A peerless divine king of the Jiang clan wielded an extreme sacred weapon and swept this place to the ground. That battle was world-shaking, and an ancient holy land on this ice field was erased. Everything was turned into ashes by the eternal universe sacred furnace. It was also that battle that raised people's fear of the great emperor's sacred weapon to a whole new level. It was enough to destroy a powerful holy land. The ancient holy land, the ruins of the underworld palace. Why is the undying divine medicine here? Everyone was puzzled. They all looked at Yi Fan, waiting for him to give a reasonable explanation. Thousands of kilometers into the ice field, a snowy mountain came into view. It had a circumference of over 50 kilometers. This was the only mountain range that remained, and on it was the location of the super sect, the Palace of Snow. Brother Ape, how is the relationship between your ancient royal families? Yi Fan asked secretly. It's all right, the monkey answered. Yi Fan relaxed a lot and said, in a while, we might alarm the ancient kings. If we can't escape, you'll have to spend some effort, he communicated secretly with the monkey, and they talked about all aspects along the way. Of course, this was not safe at all. Disturbing the ancient royal family's slumber would definitely be a great disaster. The ancient creatures might not even recognize their own kin in anger. However, this time, Yi Fan was confident. This was because the Black Empress had grasped a corner of the Spatial Emperor's formation pattern, which was specially used to open the region gate. Black Empress. On the way, he also constantly communicated with the large black dog, making preparations to cross over. They did not enter the Palace of Snow, but directly went around to the back of the mountain, heading toward the peaceful land of the Dragon Vein. Everyone, this place is very dangerous. There is no need for us to take the risk, Yi Fan said. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and lead the way. A grand elder of Wanchu was almost about to tear off his disguise. Gradually approaching the immortal divine medicine made it difficult for him to calm down. At this moment, the various rulers were also very restless. All of them wanted to seize that legendary celestial treasure. Old B** starred, if you die down there, it has nothing to do with me, Yi Fan said coldly. That grand elder did not think that Yi Fan would dare to talk back to him. Yi Fan repeatedly emphasized that this place was dangerous, and that if anything happened, it had nothing to do with him. The more it was like this, the more everyone wanted to advance, believing that there really was an immortal divine medicine. It's here. Yi Fan led everyone into the great snowy mountain and arrived at a place where a group of snow apes roamed. Then he cut open the ice and snow and found the path into the underground palace. Dragon Chi! Everyone cried out in surprise. In the underground palace, streak after streak of dragon Chi rushed out, indescribably noble. The auspicious Chi was like a rainbow, and took the shape of a dragon. As expected of a peerless treasure ground, it is most suitable for the growth of a true dragon divine medicine. Many people revealed excited expressions. At this point, almost everyone believed that great monarch vicious immortal divine medicine would definitely be planted here. Everyone, you should believe me now, right? Yi Fan seemed to be very unwilling as he said, Young man, you should be more sensible. One of the supreme elders of the Purple Mansion patted his shoulder with a mocking expression. True dragon divine medicine, hee. A few grand elders of Wanchu walked over before the other sacred lords, and they glanced at Yi Fan indifferently with mocking expressions. Young man, well done. One of them also came forward, and he laughed heartily as he patted his shoulder. Chapter 528. From start to finish, the Saint Lords didn't say anything. They were all calm, and only a few grand elders were discussing. The elders of the 10,000 beginning sect smirked coldly and asked Yi Fan to lead the way into the underground palace. It was as if they had already seen through him. The grand elders of the Purple Palace even came to his side, almost as if they were holding him hostage. They wanted him to go down first to investigate. I brought you all here. If you want to see the immortal herb, go down yourself. If you don't even have the guts, why did you come here? Yi Fan refused and didn't go forward. No, you must bring us to the end. If you don't see the true dragon herb, you can't prove your innocence. A cruel smile appeared on their faces. They didn't plan to let him go at all and insisted on letting him lead the way. These people were all very cautious. They believed that if they let Yi Fan go with them, he wouldn't dare to play any tricks. At the side, the Saint Lords didn't say anything. They didn't plan to go down at all. It was as if this had nothing to do with them, and they carefully observed the great snow mountain. Young man, you should go down with us. Finally, a Saint Lord spoke up, not allowing any refusal. You don't have any other choice. Either you go with us or you die. The person in the dark was very direct, and it was an undisguised threat. Yi Fan's heart was ice cold. These old bastards were each more vicious than the last. Even now, they were still on guard against him, and even wanted to kill him. If he went deep into the underground palace, anything could happen. As long as there was a small accident, they could find a reason or an excuse to kill him. In fact, they could even create some accidents so that he would never leave the underground palace. Yi Fan was fearless. He already knew that this would happen. The killing intent in his heart became much stronger. He nodded and walked down the underground palace first. He had the large black dog and the battle saint ape accompany him. Wait, the Queen Mother of the West said. Her hair was thick and black, and there was a 9 phoenix hairpin in it. Her face was beautiful, and she was dignified and holy. Yi Fan has already brought you all here, and he has already done what he should. If you still don't believe him, you can go down and take a look yourself. Queen Mother of the West's words are incorrect. Right now, we still can't prove his innocence. We need him to lead the way to confirm it. A heroic lord spoke out in rebuttal. The others spoke one after another. In the end, the great sage lords all expressed their willingness to go down together to take a look at the undying divine medicine. The other eccentrics also had the same attitude. Shi Wangmu let Yi Fan follow beside her and did not let him walk at the front. The group went deep underground. This is one of the core underground palaces of the ancient sacred land. Many people were shocked after entering. The majestic underground palace stretched as far as the eye could see. It emitted an ancient aura as if it was covered in a layer of dust. The stone rooms, stone halls, and everything else were filled with the traces of time. In the depths of the underground palace, draconic chi surged violently like rivers rushing underground. Bathing in it, one's pores would open up. This is a divine land. An old imperial uncle from Great Xia was so excited that he almost roared out loud. The Supreme Imperial Sutra that they had passed down contained an offensive technique called Imperial Draconic Chi, which required an endless amount of dragon veins to refine one's body. For those who cultivated the Supreme Imperial Sutra, this was a land where dragons soared into the heavens. It was indescribably precious. There are exceptional divine treasures here, and there are large amounts of divine source. A few people from the Genesis technique ancient aristocratic families also came. Ouyang Yi made this judgment. Hua! Everyone was in an uproar. This really was a land of divine treasures. No wonder Yi Fan was not willing to let them come. Everyone revealed a strange expression. I will say it one last time. I will not repeat myself. This place is extremely dangerous. Yi Fan warned. Don't worry, no matter what happens, you don't need to bear the consequences. We have already made it clear before. Someone sneered. Youngster, don't block our way. Hurry up and point the way. Another person said with dense killing intent. The underground palace was vast and dusky. They walked for several dozen li before arriving at a precipitous cliff. A huge abyss lay in front of them. The bottom was pitch black like ink, like a bottomless pit. It seemed as if it could swallow one's mind and make one sink into it. Dragon chi gushed out like a surging tide. Occasionally, small divine source particles would rush up. This kind of scene was stupefying. It was full of mystery and strangeness. Below us is the old nest abandoned by the ancient true dragon. Ouyang Yi exclaimed. When the others heard this, they were all shocked. They all looked at him and quietly waited for him to continue. Yi Fan's heart trembled. With an old guy who was infinitely close to becoming an origin source master following him, it might ruin his plans. This is an immortal burial ground. It must be the nest of the ancient true dragon. There are most likely immortal treasures inside. Ouyang Yi was so excited that the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. His skinny body was trembling. Yi Fan was relieved. Although the other party's Genesis technique was profound, how could he compare to the Yuan Taoist master in terms of knowledge? He had only seen some clues. The nest of 10,000 dragons was only recorded in the Origin Heavenly Book. There was no way to break it. It was known as one of the most terrifying danger zones in the world. If he really understood, he would definitely not say there were immortal treasures. He would definitely turn around and leave because even the Yuan Taoist master was helpless. It's an immortal burial ground. The group of old men sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, many people's eyes burned like the sun. It was as if they had seen a naked, peerless beauty. Yi Fan was a bit surprised. The terrifying aura at the bottom of the huge abyss was very faint. It was not as intense as before. In the past, they had seen a floating ice palace with a woman like ice and snow inside. Now, she did not appear in the abyss. The group was very excited. They could feel the aura of draconic energy and divine origin. They all prepared to jump down. It's fine with this old man leading the way, Ouyang Yi said proudly. At this time, Yi Fan had the protection of the Western Queen Mother. Those lords did not go overboard and did not ask him to follow. The great sage masters did not move. Not a single person went down, including the Western Desert Divine Monk and the Southern Mountains War God Temple's War King. The supreme elders of the various sects moved and jumped down. Apart from them, there were also a few powerful rogue cultivators and mutants. This made Yi Fan feel quite regretful. These great figures were very calm. From start to finish, they did not say many words. Everything was done and carried out by people. If the immortal divine medicine did not appear, they most likely would not make a move. Damn, brat, be content. Do you really want to kill all the holy masters? The eastern wasteland and the world will be in chaos. The large black dog bared his teeth. Yi Fan finally revealed a brilliant smile. He rubbed his chin and did not say anything. He felt that this was enough. At the very least, those who threatened him just now all jumped down. There were not only half-step great figures among them, but also individual great figures. If they were all killed down there, those lords would probably be in the mood to cry. Time passed bit by bit. After waiting for a long time, there was still no movement. Yi Fan was suspicious. Why was this dangerous place so peaceful? After a few minutes, someone rushed up and reported to the holy masters excitedly. There really is an archaic dragon nest down there. It is an immortal burial ground, and there is also an ancient five-colored altar. What? At this moment, no matter if it was the holy masters or the supreme sect masters, none of them could sit still. None of them could calm down. The divine monks from the Western Desert were all chanting Buddhist names. Our initial judgment is that there is an exceptional divine treasure. We have captured the aura of the true dragon divine medicine, but it has been sealed off by the stone door. We cannot enter at all. A total of over 10 people flew up and reported the situation one after another. All of them were extremely excited. An immortal burial ground. An immortal treasure that only exists in legends. Now that things had reached this point, no one could remain calm. Not only was there an immortal divine medicine, but there was also a possibility that there was an ancient nest where a dragon was buried. Who could remain calm? Above the abyss, the holy masters and supreme sect masters all disappeared in a flash and rushed down. Even they could not help but want to make a move. Brat, you have made a big mess. The large black dog was dumbfounded. All of these people had gone down. If they all died, the impact would be too great. Could it be that the archaic imperial clan used the stone door to seal off the nest of 10,000 dragons? If that is the case, if they break through the stone door... Yi Fan shuddered. He was also brought down. Only the large black dog and the monkey followed him. This place was too dangerous, so he did not let Li Heishui and the others follow him. I sensed the aura of an archaic king, the monkey said, a serious expression on his face. The abyss was over 10,000 meters deep. When they landed, an ancient and desolate aura rushed over. It was as if they had returned to the archaic age. The terrain was incredibly vast, but it was also very dim. As far as the eye could see, it was empty. It did not seem like they were underground at all. Instead, it seemed like they had arrived at an ancient battlefield. Many people stood in front of the dilapidated five-colored sacrificial altar, observing it seriously. Meanwhile, even more people rushed into the nest of 10,000 dragons. There, the dragon chi was like a great river, surging endlessly. At the base of the precipice, there were a total of 9 ancient caves that were connected inside. This was the entrance to the archaic true dragon nest. This place was comparable to the 9 dragons protecting a pearl. Great Emperor Wuxia had come here before, and in the end, he had chosen the Purple Mountain. The Purple Mountain, the 9 dragons protecting a pearl, contained the inheritance of Great Emperor Wuxia, and even his ultimate saint weapon was sealed there. Even the Black Emperor did not know why Great Emperor Wuxia had not chosen the nest of 10,000 dragons. In the end, everyone entered the 9 ancient caves. The interior was like a beehive, with many caves that were connected to each other, leading to the innermost depths. At the end, there was a massive stone gate that blocked the path ahead. There were many ancient characters carved on it, and they could not be recognized at all, because they were not human characters. One could tell with a single glance that this gate was extremely extraordinary. The aura of the great Tao pervaded the air, especially those ancient characters. It was as if they had been engraved by a saint weapon, and they had their own lives. Brother Ape, do you recognize them? What is written on them? Yi Fan asked. The monkey was very embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, I was too young at that time, and only received the inheritance of my clan's brand. I had not learned how to read. You don't even know a single character. The large black dog bared his teeth and began to chuckle. The monkey glared, almost lifting him upside down. His golden eyes shot out lightning. Boom! Someone began to break the gate, wanting to open it and enter the nest of 10,000 dragons. The noise was deafening. Oh no! The large black dog's hair stood on end. Prepare the Void Monarch's horn formation pattern. Yi Fan transmitted his voice. He did not care where it could be transmitted to. Right now, only the Great Monarch's formation pattern could bring them out. Otherwise, it might be cut off. Boom! A Supreme Sex Lord personally took action, smashing the rocks in the ancient cave into pieces. However, that stone gate did not budge in the slightest. Meanwhile, the ancient characters on it seemed to have come to life. They were like small dragons crawling about, emitting an aura that had existed since ancient times. There was a pit in front of the stone gate. The immortal true dragon herb had once taken root here. Yi Fan clearly remembered the scene of that day. There was an exceptional great calamity in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Boom! Many lords worked together to break the restrictions, wanting to open the stone gate, but it was still difficult to move the stone gate. It did not even shake in the slightest. Brat, come over here. Tell me what is going on here. A grand elder of the 10,000 beginnings stretched out a large hand and grabbed forward. You are seeking death. The monkey's eyes widened, and he moved to block. However, there were many powerful cultivators around, all of them releasing killing intent, causing him to feel great pressure. Tell me what is going on. Why can't we open this gate? Where did the true dragon herb go? A grand elder of the Purple Mansion Holy Land also shouted. At this moment, they were very anxious and tore off their disguises. They did not mention anything about the inheritance of Vicious at all, and openly demanded the whereabouts of the immortal true dragon herb. A cold smile appeared on Yi Fan's face, and he said, Old fart, have you revealed your true colors? Are you here to seek proof, or to steal the immortal true dragon herb. You are seeking death. The Grand Elders were all furious. There were many lords here, and they did not fear the monkey or his interference. They all revealed killing intent. Rumble. At this moment, the giant stone gate, which the holy lords had attacked with all their strength, did not budge at all, suddenly opened, and a terrifying aura surged out. A large hand reached out, and the head of a Grand Elder of the 10,000 beginnings was torn off. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and a miserable scream could be heard. PFFF. Another big hand directly penetrated the chest and abdomen of a Grand Elder of the Zifu sect, and grabbed out his internal organs in one go. Fresh blood gushed out, and his internal organs flowed all over the ground. The smell of blood was terrifying. Everything happened too fast, and it was beyond everyone's imagination. The two terrifying creatures were like demons from hell, emitting killing intent as they stood in front of the giant stone gate, mercilessly slaughtering. The Grand Elder who was scolding Yi Fan just now was grabbed by a terrifying creature, and he was torn into two halves. Blood rained down, drenching the surrounding people. The scene was incomparably terrifying. The Grand Elder who wanted to attack Yi Fan just now let out a miserable scream. His head was smashed open like a peach blossom, and red blood and white brain matter splattered everywhere. Archaic creature, true devil domain. Someone cried out in shock. The lower body of the two terrifying creatures was a long snake, 7 to 8 meters long, and the upper body was a human, but it had 3 heads and 6 arms. They displayed the true devil domain, and the 5 or 6 Grand Elders in front of the stone gate were locked in place. Not a single one of them could escape, and they were all hacked apart. Everyone's scalps went numb, and they had a bad premonition. They seemed to have opened the gates of hell, and a shocking evil spirit was released. This was the place where archaic creatures were hibernating. If an archaic king jumped out, it would be a great disaster. Everyone quickly retreated, and many people stared at Yi Fan, wanting to strangle him to death. They felt that this brat was too much of a scum. None of you can open the stone gate, so how would I know what's behind it? Yi Fan was very innocent. Everyone was so angry that they couldn't say anything. However, no one was in the mood to argue with him, because the terrifying killing intent was already pressing down. Roar! An expanse of blazing divine light appeared, cutting off their path of retreat. A golden creature appeared, one that was half human and half devil. This creature was even more powerful and terrifying. However, while everyone was complaining bitterly, they also felt a bit fortunate that it wasn't a humanoid archaic creature. If that kind of existence appeared, then everyone would most likely be wiped out here. Kill! Everyone attacked together, and many powerful lords took action together. However, the archaic creatures that appeared were extremely strange. More than 10 of them appeared out of thin air. Roar! At the same time, a terrifying roar sounded from within the 10,000 dragon nest. Everyone discovered the scene inside with shock, and all of their bodies shivered. An enormous divine origin block floated up and down. It was close to 3 meters in length, and this was a priceless immortal treasury. No one had ever seen such a large piece of divine origin block with a humanoid creature sealed within. Moreover, it wasn't just a single great divine origin block. The 10,000 dragon nest was extremely large, and an ancient aura pervaded the air. Divine splendor was endless, and there were other divine origin blocks as well. Swoosh! Divine light flickered like lightning. Another 20 or so archaic creatures appeared out of thin air, cutting off their path of retreat. It was incredibly dangerous. That is, at this moment, everyone trembled. It was as if doomsday had arrived. They saw another object within the 10,000 dragon nest. An ancient coffin floated up and down in the pile of divine origin blocks, making everyone feel suffocated. Their flesh and bones seemed like they were going to split apart. This was an extremely terrifying pressure. That pile of divine origin block was 2 or 3 square meters in size, enough to submerge the ancient coffin. It was terrifying and strange. Meanwhile, at this moment, they finally saw the true dragon undying medicine. It took root in the divine origin block in front of the ancient coffin, the energy of 10,000 dragons swirling about. The entire stalk was resplendent and dazzling. It was less than a foot tall, as if it was a hibernating dragon. Archaic races won't be buried in coffins. The monkey was shocked, feeling extremely confused. What? You are saying that it doesn't belong to an archaic race? Yi Fan was shocked. Chapter 529. Back then, when he saw the vermilion ancient coffin for the first time, Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Now, when he heard the sacred battle ape talk about the secrets of the ancient race, he was even more shocked. The ancient races didn't have coffins at all, so why was there a large vermilion coffin here? Looking at its position, it should be the center of the nest of 10,000 dragons, where the draconic aura was the strongest. Tens of thousands of dragons coiled around it, dazzling, and buried by the divine source block. The extreme mysteries of the changes of heaven and earth. This was Yi Fan's feeling. This place was too extraordinary, and he couldn't explain it clearly. He couldn't see through the ancient coffin at all. Everyone had the illusion that their bodies and souls were about to be destroyed. Their bones and flesh crackled, and all of this was because of the existence of that ancient coffin. Roar, an ancient creature pounced over. The 9-level true demon domain was unbreakable, and it locked 2 half-step great beings in place. Its large claws that flickered with cold light reached out. Shio. The terrifying ancient creature opened the skull of a half-step great being, and then, like drinking tofu, it absorbed his brain matter in one gulp. Poof! Blood sprayed out. This ancient creature tore another half-step great being in half, and then grabbed a bloody arm, stuffing it into its mouth. Kacha! The sound of teeth grinding against flesh and bones rang out, causing goosebumps to appear all over one's body. Blood flowed from the corner of its mouth, and its flesh and bones were all chewed to pieces. Too savage. The large black dog felt its hair stand on end, and all the dense and long black fur on its body stood up, making it look like a special large hedgehog. The Ji clan's divine master flew over, as aloof as a god. His long robes fluttered, and his black hair danced. His eyes were sharp, and an ancient mirror floated above his head. It shone brilliantly, and a brilliant divine rainbow shot out, striking this terrifying creature. Roar! This ancient creature threw away the bloody arm in its hand, and with a roar, 2 beams of purple light shot out from its eyes, striking at the ancient mirror, blazing and terrifying. Pooh! Blood splashed outwards. The ancient mirror's divine light pierced through this archaic creature, splitting it into pieces. Large amounts of blood gushed out from its enormous body as it died on the ground. The Ji family sacred leader stood in the air and an ancient mirror floated above his head. His black hair danced in the wind and his eyes were like lightning. Yi Fan was astonished. Peak divine lords were indeed unfathomable. They were much stronger than the others. Just then he personally saw the ferocity of that ancient creature. It tore apart 2 half-step masters, but it was killed by the Ji family's sacred lord in one strike. With a loud roar, another ancient creature pounced over. Its lower body was that of a snake and it was covered in purple scales. Its upper body was that of a human with 3 heads and 6 arms. Its 6 arms shook and shattered the void, creating a black hole that swallowed the Ji family's saint lord. Boom! A large foot stepped into the black hole, causing it to collapse and disappear into the air. The Ji family sacred leader's black hair fluttered in the wind. He stretched out his large hand and smashed this ancient creature into pieces. Blood splashed outwards. This is a peak divine lord. Killing ordinary great elites isn't strenuous at all. Although we are in the same mystery realm, the difference is like heaven and earth. The large black dog shivered. Damn dog, hurry up and activate the formation patterns on the chessboard. Let's leave this place. Yi Fan didn't want to stay here any longer. This place was like the gates of hell. Demons continuously rushed out. These ancient creatures were all frighteningly terrifying. They even dared to eat half-step masters. Blood dyed this place red. Wait a little longer. Who knows, there might be a great harvest. The large black dog's greed flared up again. He stared at the large pieces of divine source in the nest of 10,000 dragons, wiping away his saliva. Ah, On the other side, some grand elders were trying to break out of the encirclement. In the end, they were tortured and killed by a dozen or so ancient creatures. Blood splashed everywhere, and even the eerie white bones rushed out. There were many people who were forcefully beaten to pieces. Bone fragments and brain matter splattered everywhere. This was practically a hell, extremely bloody and terrifying. Boom! Divine flames shone brilliantly, pouring down in torrents, drowning the path ahead. The Jiang clan divine lord made his move. A divine furnace floated above his head. The lid opened, and fiery light poured down like a river of stars. Several powerful ancient creatures cried out miserably. Among them, 2 were burned to ashes, and the bodies of the other 3 cracked after being covered by the divine light. They died in the passageway. "Hurry, open the region gate," someone shouted loudly. The situation was too dangerous, and they had to leave quickly. Otherwise, they might all die here. Someone had already taken out the profound jade platform, but they didn't have the chance to activate the formation patterns, because there was an incomparably powerful existence that destroyed everything. He was as heroic as a god. He was surrounded by a divine halo, and his long purple hair covered most of his face. Only a pair of purple eyes could be seen, and they were as sharp as blades. He didn't have arms, only a pair of golden divine wings that seemed to be forged from divine gold. His lower body was that of a snake, and it was more than 10 meters long. Golden scales flickered. He flew through the air, his speed as fast as lightning. Ho! This archaic creature only released a loud roar, yet all of the profound jade platforms turned into powder. They were all destroyed by the formless killing intent. The aura he released was extremely terrifying. The Wind Clan's supreme elders worked together to resist him, but they were still suppressed to the point where they couldn't budge in the slightest. He shot forward like a streak of lightning. Divine flames overflowed into the heavens, and those supreme elders exploded on the spot. They all turned into a bloody paste, dying on the spot. Hang! The Wind Clan divine lord took action. His eyes were ice cold, and his black hair was disheveled. Endless killing intent shot out from his majestic and imposing body. An 8 trigrams diagram floated above his head, crushing downwards. This was a terrifying confrontation. He and this deity-like archaic creature engaged in a life-and-death battle. The intense battle caused many dragon caves to collapse. On the side, a few human supreme elders and a few ancient creatures had their bodies and souls wiped out. Once they were sucked in, they would definitely be devoured by the black holes they created. Everyone was trying to break out of the encirclement, but on the way back, 3 powerful ancient creatures blocked their path. Divine light shot out in all directions. The wavering light divine lord, Emperor Gu Hua, and the Southern Mountain War King all shot out dragon-shaped bloody light from their bodies. Essence energy surged as they fought a life-and-death battle against that ancient creature. The black ancient cauldron, golden halberd, and green ancient pagoda released heaven overflowing divine fluctuations. They shattered the void, yet they couldn't make the 10,000 dragon nest collapse. They couldn't open up a path. The 3 archaic creatures were like deities. Tens of thousands of silk ribbons hung down, and there were actually strands of primal chaos energy that shattered the few supreme beings who wanted to come over to help. They were immediately blasted to pieces. Ho! Another loud roar sounded. An even more powerful archaic creature rushed out. His entire body was covered in purple scales, and he arrived in the blink of an eye like a streak of purple lightning. Pooh! He rushed past, and the Zifu, Wanchu, and Jiang families' 7 supreme elders were crushed in succession. Flesh and bone dregs flew everywhere, and blood dripped everywhere. At the same time, those profound jade platforms were also shattered. This part of the void was locked down. He rushed towards the most intense battlefield to assist those 3 deity-like archaic creatures. Pooh! A black hole appeared between his brows, and a large piece of flesh was peeled off from wavering light divine lord's body. His right arm was almost severed. This was an extremely powerful archaic creature that had already begun to take human form. Its entire body was covered in dazzling purple scales, and there were 81 thick wisps of dragon cheese circling around it. Damn dog, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave. Yi Fan urged anxiously. At this moment, the battle was extremely intense. There were many pieces of flesh and bloody bones on the ground. Many powerful beings had died. Monkey, you're also an archaic creature like them. Sneak in quietly and come out with some celestial treasures, the large black dog urged. F***. Yi Fan couldn't help but want to curse. This damn dog was too outrageous. Even at a time like this, it was still thinking about the divine treasures of the 10,000 dragon nest. The battle's sacred ape also wanted to smack it to death. Corpses were everywhere, and powerful beings were continuously dying. This large dog was still thinking about such crooked ideas. Just how greedy did it have to be to do this? Don't have any bad ideas. Hurry up and leave immediately. Yi Fan couldn't help but grind his teeth. He wanted to eat it alive. This is an extremely rare opportunity. There are so many divine lords and lords from all over fighting against the archaic creatures of the 10,000 dragon nest. The large black dog's eyes were blazing as he stared into the depths of the 10,000 dragon nest. F***, don't even think about it. Hurry up and carve formation patterns on the chessboard for me. Yi Fan almost couldn't help but want to kick him. All the archaic creatures that can come out have already come out. Only the king is still in a deep sleep, and he won't be waking up anytime soon. The large black dog was almost drooling. A great elite had fallen. The junior brother of Wavering Light Divine Lord, a supreme figure of his generation, had been sliced in half by a powerful golden creature that had just appeared. Kacha. His head was smashed into paste, and his divine sense was turned into dust before it could even rush out. Everyone was stunned. A super powerful figure had fallen. This golden creature, apart from having golden scales all over its body and an extra crocodile tail, was almost exactly the same as a human. Golden light blazed all over its body, and it burned fiercely. It was terrifying to the extreme, and even supreme figures weren't its opponent. It fought against many lords. The old palace lord of the Illusion Destruction Palace was smashed into paste with a single slap, dying a violent death before he could even let out a miserable cry. This golden archaic creature's golden hair hung down to its knees. With a forceful fling, it was as if golden divine flames were burning. It swept through the void, and 7 or 8 people were blasted apart. It rampaged like lightning, and it tore apart a lord like the Xiaoyao sect master. It grabbed out a thumping heart, and it was powerful and terrifying. The Ji clan's divine lord encountered it. The ancient mirror floating above its head shot out a brilliant rainbow light, destroying space and piercing through. Boom! This terrifying creature raised its hand to block. Its entire body seemed to be cast from gold, and it shone brilliantly, shattering the rainbow light and blocking it with its bare hands. Even someone as powerful as the Ji clan's divine lord was slightly inferior. The ancient mirror shattered the void, but it couldn't injure this terrifying golden creature. The two fought a life and death battle, turning into a sphere of dazzling splendor. Woof! The large black dog barked. Its large tongue stuck out and its eyes rolled back. It was almost choked to death by Yi Fan. Mother f***, didn't this emperor just want to take away 2 celestial treasures? Do you think it's easy for me? It was indignant. At this moment, they weren't attacked, and it was all because the monkey was using the archaic language to communicate with these ancient creatures. Yi Fan completely lost his temper. He really didn't know what to do when encountering such a high-grade dog. When it saw treasures, it couldn't move. Monkey, you definitely have a chance. Go in and steal 2 celestial treasures. Apart from the archaic creature's treasures, you might be able to find celestial items left behind by a true dragon. The large black dog didn't fear boiling water. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and leave. Yi Fan's forehead was filled with black lines. The plan was very good, and they had trapped a group of elites here. However, this damn dog was a variable. It was extremely unwilling to cooperate, and its old habit of greed acted up. It was possible that they would also be trapped. This emperor isn't greedy either. I'll just carry that vermilion coffin out, and I'll also capture that immortal true dragon herb. The large black dog bared its teeth. Mother asterisk cur. Yi Fan's face was about to turn green. He felt that they might really be tricked by this damn dog. Let's go. While the nest of 10,000 dragons is empty, we'll raid the nest of the archaic creature. The large black dog scuttled forward. He turned back and said, "It's fine, we can cross the void at any time." A miserable cry traveled over, shaking the nest of 10,000 dragons. Another supreme elite had died. Divine Lord All Beginnings is dead. A Divine Lord is starting to fall. Chapter 530. The Divine Lord of All Beginnings was a supreme figure of his generation, yet he had died in the nest of 10,000 dragons. His skull had been ripped off by a purple creature, and his brain juices flowed out. His upper body was a mixture of red and white as he fell to the ground. This was not an ordinary expert. He was one of the masters of the Eastern Wasteland, far surpassing the other great elites. There were not many people in the mortal world who could compare to him, yet he had been killed. This was no less than a great earthquake, and the effects were great. Everyone was shocked, and they felt a chill in their bones. The nest of 10,000 dragons was too fierce, and even divine lords were beginning to fall. Ho! In the ancient cave, ancient beings roared. Among them, several were close to gods, and they were surrounded by halos. They led the ancient holy objects to suppress the various lords. In the distance, the Black Emperor shrunk his neck, and his eyes flickered. Damn too fierce. Even a supreme divine lord's head was ripped off. It's good that you know. Hurry up and leave. Yi Fan grabbed his bald tail, almost lifting him upside down. Don't worry, no one in this world treasures their life as much as I do. The large black dog bared his teeth and struggled free. Then, with a flash of light, a series of mysterious patterns appeared around them. It was the horn array left behind by the spatial emperor. We can cross the void at any time, the large black dog transmitted. However, he was much more careful now, and even felt a little apprehensive. After all, a supreme divine lord had been killed. Soon, the Eastern Wasteland would definitely be shaken. Swoosh! With a flash of light, they disappeared from where they were, and appeared in a nearby dragon cave. This place was not affected. You really want to go in? Yi Fan grabbed a tuft of his hair. Then let go. I know what I'm doing. This is a true dragon nest, and it's very likely that there are things unimaginable in the mortal world. If I can obtain it, I might even reach the heavens in a single step. Without needing it to say anything, Yi Fan knew what kind of place this was. According to the Heavenly Origin book, if there was a true dragon in this world, this would definitely be its abandoned nest. The ancient beings had only moved in later and slept here. It was almost impossible to imagine what was in the true dragon's nest. It was an existence on par with immortals. There are still powerful beings that have yet to awaken, reminded the monkey. I know. Let's hide in this dragon cave for now and let them battle to the death, the large black dog said. At this time, they were close to the central area of the nest of 10,000 dragons. They were in a cave nearby, quietly waiting for an opportunity. A long roar rang through the air, and an ocean-like power surged violently. The human race's supreme expert Nangong Zhang's bravery and strength shocked the world. He killed 5 archaic creatures with his bare hands. Then he fought a great battle against a purple ancient creature that was almost humanoid, turning that place into a land of destruction. No other creatures dared to approach. It was the being that had killed Sacred Lord 10,000 Beginnings. Its body flashed with a purple light and was covered in scales. There was a purple gold tower above its head, and it charged toward Nangong Zheng like a mountain. Boom! The two clashed intensely. There was nothing they couldn't destroy. The nest of 10,000 dragons was covered in innate patterns, everlasting and imperishable. However, the ancient caves nearby still collapsed. The half-step cultivators and a few ancient beasts were sucked in and turned into meat paste on the spot. Clang! A small tree flew out from between Nangong Zheng's brows. It shone brilliantly, and it actually shot out streaks of chaotic sword radiance that were indestructible. Crack! The ancient creature's purple gold tower cracked, but it couldn't stop the small tree, allowing it to quickly close in. Pooh! Nangong opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of innate essence energy. The small tree became even more resplendent, and it was as if it weighed billions of tons. It pressed down, suppressing this ancient creature that was surrounded by a divine halo. Roar! The ancient creature whose body flickered with purple light did its best to resist, but it still couldn't stop the small tree's suppression. Its body cracked and blood spurted out. Everyone was shocked. Nangong Zheng's reputation shook the southern part of the eastern wasteland, and he was invincible. It was indeed not a lie. Pooh! He shook with force, and the small tree that was more than a foot tall trembled violently. It swayed with tens of thousands of sword radiance, and the humanoid ancient creature shattered with a pew. Bone fragments and flesh flew everywhere. The scene was bloody, but it was also extremely shocking. The ancient creature that killed Sacred Lord 10,000 Beginnings was killed by a human supreme expert just like that. Nangong Zheng's reputation is not in vain. He actually killed such a powerful ancient creature. Even Sacred Lord 10,000 Beginnings isn't that purple creature's opponent. Everyone could only sigh in their hearts. They didn't have time to pay attention at all. Right now, they were all trying their best to break through. There really is a fierce person. This person is actually so powerful. The large black dog was shocked. He saw the corpse of a fierce person before. Being able to come out of the bronze celestial palace alive, he naturally isn't an ordinary person, Yi Fan said, and didn't comment further. Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, and the sacred battle ape hid in the dragon cave. They had almost entered the vast ancient cave of the nest of 10,000 dragons. They had been waiting all this time. There were still ancient creatures that hadn't woken up, and most of them were extremely powerful. Get ready. If it's a humanoid, immediately escape, Yi Fan reminded. Not far away, the battlefield was even more intense. The terrifying ancient creature that was very humanoid, had a crocodile tail, and was covered in golden scales. The battle between the Ji family's divine leader had reached a climax. His methods were cruel and terrifying. In this process, he even killed 9 grand elders of the Holy Lands, and the Ji family's divine leader couldn't stop him. This golden ancient creature had the upper hand. At the crucial moment, he suddenly used a secret technique, walked through the void, and attacked the Purple Mansion divine leader. He took a blow from the Ji family's divine leader's ancient mirror and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. He worked together with the other ancient creature to attack the Purple Mansion divine leader. The great Tao transformed into a network of patterns that pressed down densely, turning the void where the Purple Mansion divine leader was into an eternal state. He was temporarily frozen in place. The golden creature roared loudly and rushed over. A peerless killing intent surged out, and a boundless terrifying aura spread out. Pooh! At the crucial moment, the Purple Mansion divine leader broke free, but he was still a step too late. His left arm was torn off, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The second divine leader had almost died. This was just a small part of the battle. In other places, battles of life and death were ongoing. The Queen Mother of the West, the South Mountain War King, and the Western Desert Divine Monk were all fighting. Their opponents were ancient creatures that were almost humanoid. They were all incredibly powerful, and they were all fighting with their true flames. Ancient pagodas, halberds of the war god, and relics shone brightly as they fought to the death. Beside them, the other sect masters were also fighting while bathed in blood. Many of them had already fallen, and not even their corpses remained. They had all been reduced to a puddle of blood. Boom! A peerless killing intent filled the air. 3 ancient creatures walked out of the nest of 10,000 dragons together. They were even slightly stronger than the ancient creatures that had appeared earlier. Everyone's hearts sunk. 3 of such powerful creatures suddenly jumped out. If this continued, it was likely that things were going to be disastrous. At the crucial moment, the Crow Daoist stepped out and faced one of them. This old demon was extremely powerful. He had lived for more than 3,000 years, and his battle prowess was unparalleled. Boom! An even more terrifying battle began. The 2 sides clashed fiercely, and blood, flesh, and broken bones flew everywhere. It was a terrifying scene of hell on earth. Let's go. Our chance has arrived. The large black dog shouted. The formation pattern left behind by the Void Emperor flowed with clear radiance. With a flash, they were sent into the nest of 10,000 dragons. Damn dog, they really came in. Yi Fan knew that it was too late to say anything. They could only advance. If we don't enter the dragon's cave, how can we obtain divine treasures? The large black dog's large eyes flickered with divine light. Why didn't they deviate by several million kilometers this time? Yi Fan was puzzled. You don't trust me too much. It's only a few kilometers, so how could they deviate? The large black dog was furious. Be careful. Once the ancient king awakens, none of us will be able to leave alive. The monkey reminded. Now, Yi Fan already understood that the ancient royal family could become emperors after reaching the pinnacle. However, even in the ancient era, there were only a few who had reached this level. But even so, once the ancient royal family matured, they would at least be comparable to the ancient saints of the human race. In fact, they might even have a saint physique. I've isolated all auras with the Void Emperor's formation pattern. Don't worry. Although the large black dog said this, he was also becoming nervous. Inside the nest of 10,000 dragons, the life essence was like the tide, and the dragon chi was like a surging river. It was as if there really was a dragon comparable to a celestial sleeping in the deepest part. Such a large source block. Even Yi Fan exclaimed in shock. Not far away, there was a large source block that was 4 or 5 square meters in size. It flickered with a crimson light, as if it was burning with raging flames. In the most central part, there were many divine sources, and sealed within them was a humanoid creature. This is still not the king of this race. The monkey made this judgment. This race had once produced an ancient emperor, and he was incredibly powerful. The nest of 10,000 dragons was full of holes, and there were many ancient caves that were filled with the vicissitudes of time. Dragon chi surged like a sea, and auspicious light flowed. A massive divine sources block. The black fur all over the large black dog's body stood on end. 1 kilometer away, within a dragon-shaped ancient cave, there was a 3-meter-long divine sources block that shone with blinding light. Within it, there was a purple-haired middle-aged man sleeping, and he looked exactly like a human. He did not have scales, nor did he have a beast's tail, and he looked extremely mighty. One could not help but want to worship him, seal him in the divine sources, and rest peacefully here. This was an adult ancient king, an existence comparable to an ancient saint, or perhaps even more terrifying. Even the monkey was incredibly nervous. The large black dog was also scared. They were still 2 kilometers away, but he did not dare to take another step forward. He circled far away, avoiding this place. I want celestial treasures, not divine sources. He comforted himself, but he still stared at that large divine sources block, reluctantly turning his head back many times. Not long after, they saw another large divine sources block, and there was a woman sealed within. She was extremely quiet, just like a young human girl. It was impossible to tell that she was an ancient creature at all. However, if they sensed carefully, they would discover that there was a terrifying ocean-like power lying dormant within the young girl's body. Once it erupted, heaven and earth would be destroyed. Madhurf *Ker, another king. The number is definitely about the same as the Purple Mountain. The large black dog mumbled. They directly advanced forward, their target very obvious. They were heading towards the vermilion ancient coffin, because the immortal herb was growing there, and there were tens of thousands of strands of dragon chi swirling around it. The ancient coffin floated up and down, and it was unknown how long it had existed. It had been buried by several divine sources blocks, but the ancient aura of the coffin could not be concealed, and it was engraved with the marks of time. I can't take it anymore. The large black dog was the first to be unable to take it anymore. That vermilion ancient coffin was too terrifying. Even with the protection of a corner of the Void Emperor's formation patterns, supreme killing intent still seeped in. Regardless of whether it was the Black Emperor, Yi Fan, or the monkey, their physical bodies were all rare in this world, but at this moment, there were actually signs of cracks. The immortal herb was rooted in the pile of divine sources beside the coffin, and it looked as if it was forged from gold. It was less than a foot tall, and there were tens of thousands of small dragons swirling around it, dazzling and eye-catching. Chapter 5:31. The godly medicine is right in front of us, but we can't get close to it. The large black dog was furious. If it weren't for the protection of the Void Monarch's formation patterns, they would have collapsed long ago. Their bones and flesh would have been torn apart by the terrifying killing intent of the ancient coffin. To say nothing of the Black Emperor, even Yi Fan and the sacred battle ape felt very helpless. They had already come this far, so it would be very difficult for them to retreat. Could it be that the corpse of an ancient emperor lies within the coffin? The large black dog shuddered as he thought of this possibility. The vermilion coffin lay in the air. Many divine source blocks covered it, and an ancient aura swept toward them, as if they were in an ancient land. In a trance, ancient trees towered into the sky, dragons and creatures of the primordial world ran amok. The vast land was filled with the flames of war, and there were countless battles in the great wilderness. In the end, an ancient emperor appeared and pacified the land. The large black dog jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on, and he said, "Take a closer look and see if there are any markings. Could it really be an emperor?" At this moment, he was trembling with fear, and he had the urge to flee. He was fearful and panicked toward an ancient emperor from the bottom of his heart. "There are no markings," Yi Fan murmured to himself. They circled around the ancient coffin, but they didn't find any clues. "Don't worry, the ancient emperor is already dead. No matter who he is, there's no need to be afraid." The large black dog forced himself to calm down and encouraged himself. There were no ancient emperors or ancient emperors in this world. After calming down, although they were fearful, they weren't very afraid. Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, and the sacred battle ape all used their divine senses to observe carefully, wanting to find out what was going on. However, they shuddered at almost the same time, and their faces became extremely pale. That invisible killing intent could even cut through their divine senses, and it was almost about to destroy their divine senses. They couldn't probe inside, and could only close their eyes to sense the aura emanating from the coffin to deduce everything in this vermilion coffin. "Father!" After an unknown period of time, the monkey cried out in shock. His face was filled with shock, and he was extremely excited. His body was actually trembling. He saw the sacred battle ape in the ancient coffin, lying quietly and motionlessly. The supreme might of an ancient emperor was vast and mighty. Emperor Wuxia. At the same time, the large black dog also let out a cry of surprise. There was a look of shock on his face, and his large eyes were wide open. He was also trembling. When they saw the sacred emperor and ancient emperor, they were tongue-tied and dumbfounded as they sensed their auras. "Why is it different?" The monkey was puzzled. The ancient corpse in the coffin was actually able to affect one's state of mind, producing a childlike feeling. It made people unable to help but feel fearful. "Kid, what did you see?" the Black Emperor asked. Yi Fan opened his eyes and said, "I only saw primal chaos and nothing else. There were no corpses inside." There were actually 3 different results. They looked at each other in dismay and carefully sensed it with their divine senses. Finally, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. There was a lower half of a corpse inside the ancient coffin that seemed to have been cut off by someone. It was dripping with blood, and the white bones were dense, as if it had just been placed here not too long ago. "Is this the truth?" They repeatedly confirmed, but they could only see half a hazy corpse. It had long been cold for many years, without a trace of vitality. None of the ancient emperors survived. The large black dog sighed and fell silent for a long time. "What are you trying to say?" Yi Fan asked. "The nest of 10,000 dragons contains all the profound mysteries of heaven and earth, yet it only leaves behind a corpse. There's no suspense at all. Even the ancient emperors have died." The large black sighed. "The human emperors have the same fate as the ancient emperors." The sacred battle ape also sighed. The Black Emperor's expression was complicated. He stared at the immortal true dragon herb and pondered over it. It seemed like he had thought of many things. The ancient emperors had never met each other before. When one of them died, the other would be born. This made many people feel regretful. It was the same for the ancient emperors. There had never been two ancient emperors in the same era. They had both been born when there was a gap between generations, so it was difficult to compare them. Nangongjing has also come in. Yi Fan's eyelids twitched, and a sense of alarm rose in his heart. At the entrance of the nest of 10,000 dragons, an incredibly handsome man with snow-white hair disappeared with each step. He appeared in the ancient cave. It was the human great elite, Nangongjing. It's fine. The Void Emperor's formation patterns are very special. I've already activated them and they're hidden in the void. He can't discover us, the large black dog said. Let's avoid them for now, Yi Fan said. That's fine too. Time is of the essence. Let's enter the depths of the true dragon's old nest to search for celestial treasures. The large black dog turned back with each step, staring at the immortal true dragon herb, but he couldn't do anything. Nangongjing rushed toward the vermilion ancient coffin. His goal was very clear, but he couldn't get close. He paused with each step, and even someone as powerful as him had wounds appearing on his body. However, he didn't give up. He resolutely walked toward the ancient coffin, wanting to get closer. His heart is as firm as iron, and he would rather die than walk to the ancient coffin. Does he want to pluck the immortal divine herb, or is he going for the thing inside the coffin? Yi Fan was astonished. It's fine. He can't get close at all. If he keeps going, he'll definitely die. The large black dog was very reassured. They advanced for several kilometers. There were many ancient caves, and the dragon nest was incredibly vast. During this process, they saw a large divine source block, and a white-haired elder was sealed inside. Though it looked very peaceful, it made them tremble. The elder in the divine source block was like a vast galaxy that could destroy this heaven and earth. "Oh Daokumi!" Suddenly, a voice sounded behind them. F***CK, what kind of bird language is that? The large black dog muttered. Then, his body stiffened and he came to his senses. He slowly turned around to look. Without a doubt, an ancient era creature had discovered them. That was the language of the ancient era. Yi Fan's heart also jumped, and he turned around to look. Only the monkey could still be considered calm. In a dragon-shaped ancient cave, a youth around 11 or 12 years old walked out. Though he was a humanoid creature, his body was densely covered in purple scales. His eyes were very clear, and there was a hint of immaturity. There was a purple vertical eye between his brows that shone with a clear radiance. It was also because of this eye that he could see through the void formation patterns and see them. "Ya, Lu Daokumi." The youth walked out of the ancient cave and continued to speak. "What is he saying?" Yi Fan asked. "He is asking which race we are from and how we came in," the monkey replied. "Aruya," the Black Emperor suddenly said. The Black Emperor suddenly opened his mouth and spat out these words. At the same time, a purple divine order appeared in his hand with a flash of light. "Gu and I Aruya?" The ancient race youth seemed to be very shocked, and he stared at them blankly. "Aruya." The large black dog nodded solemnly. Yi Fan was completely dizzy. Why did this damn dog know how to speak the ancient era's language as well? It had stunned this youth, and he was still acting all high and mighty. "What is it saying?" he asked the monkey, puzzled. "It says it is a descendant of the undying heavenly emperor." The monkey was also very shocked. He stared at the purple divine badge in the large black dog's hand and said, "It really is an ancient sovereign badge." The undying heavenly emperor was only a legend in the ancient era. It was so ancient that it was frighteningly ancient. It was said that he had almost surpassed the immortals, and was a god in the hearts of the various ancient era races. Yi Fan was dizzy. This damn dog really dared to say such things. However, the purple ancient sovereign badge in his hand had really stunned him. The youth's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He stared at the mysterious badge, and his mouth was agape, unable to say anything. "This is a divine badge obtained from the Undying Mountain. This emperor has only learned a few phrases of the ancient bird language. Help me bluff him." The large black dog bared his teeth at the monkey. "This, The monkey was so excited that he was trembling. He stared at the purple divine badge and said in a trembling voice, "Did the undying heavenly emperor really exist? Monkey is asking you to speak." The large black dog was anxious. It really is like the legendary undying heavenly emperor's ancient badge. The monkey's eyes were fixed on it. The undying heavenly emperor was a legend in the hearts of the ancient era races, and it was difficult to confirm whether he had ever existed. He was a supreme god in the hearts of all races. At the side, the youth stared fixedly at the ancient sovereign badge. Then he actually knelt down, his fingers trembling as he tried to touch the purple divine badge. "Good Alina," the large black dog mustered up his courage and muttered again. "This is undoubtedly the ancient sovereign badge. It contains a mysterious aura that cannot be imitated." The monkey stroked it excitedly, turning it around to look at it. His father had an emperor fighting badge, but unfortunately it had been lost in the ancient era, so he had not been able to obtain it. The youth kneeling on the ground continued to mutter, saying a lot of words. Only after the monkey explained could he understand what he was saying. This purple divine badge had a great connection with the legendary undying heavenly emperor because his name was carved on it and there was an eternal emperor's mark on it. It might be a divine badge carved by an ancient emperor because he admired the undying heavenly emperor. The monkey made this deduction after serious consideration. This was because the undying heavenly emperor had existed too long ago, and it was said that he had not left anything behind at all. It was hard to say whether he existed or not, and the monkey was very doubtful. "This is something from the Purple Mountain, right?" Yi Fan asked. "As long as it's useful." The large black dog did not answer. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's heart trembled. The Purple Mountain guarded by 9 dragons was indeed unfathomable, and even the undying heavenly emperor's ancient badge had been found inside. "Dormiga." The youth communicated with the large black dog excitedly. The dog, on the other hand, was completely speechless, and repeated the 4 words, "Good Alina." Moreover, it stared at the monkey almost resentfully, hoping that he would speak. The monkey calmed down, and began to speak, communicating with the youth. "Tell him to bring us to see the celestial treasure. This is the dragon's lair. Let's go see if there are dragon eggs or remains left in the deepest part." The large black dog's eyes lit up. He said that there really are rare divine objects, but ordinary people can't see them. However, he said that we are descendants of immortals, so we will most likely be able to see them, the monkey explained from the side. The large black dog almost jumped up. He was so excited that his whole body was about to twitch, and he said, "I already knew that there would definitely be celestial treasures left in the dragon's lair." He said that he wants to awaken his father and bring us to see them, the monkey added. The large black dog's black face almost turned green. If the ancient era king were to awaken, apart from the ancient emperor, no one could save them. Tell him not to disturb the king. The monkey naturally knew this. After communicating for a long time, they walked toward the deepest part of the dragon's lair together. Though this youth had been born in a human form, his abilities weren't deep, and he was too young. Thus, the scales on his body hadn't receded yet. However, he was a genuine member of the royal family. The monkey himself was of the ancient era royal family, and Yi Fan was also a humanoid being. The large black dog, on the other hand, had an ancient emperor token. This youth didn't think too much of it. After advancing for several kilometers, an astonishing killing intent spread out from an ancient cave. Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, and the monkey all felt their bones creak. Beside them, the youth also felt fear in his heart. His body trembled, and he circled around that ancient cave from afar. Another ancient coffin. The large black dog cried out involuntarily. Within the ancient cave, many shattered pieces of divine source chunks covered a gigantic coffin. It was lying in the void, and the incomparably terrifying killing intent had been emitted from it. Why is there a second ancient coffin? Yi Fan was also astonished. The monkey communicated with the youth, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. He said that there are a total of 4 coffins, each more terrifying than the last. The last one is placed in the center of the dragon's lair. What? 4 ancient coffins? The large black dog jumped up in shock and said, "I know, it's definitely a vicious person. No wonder Emperor Wu sure didn't choose this place. This is the burial ground of vicious people." Chapter 5:32. The nest of 10,000 dragons was the burial ground of ruthless people. The large black dog was frightened by his own words. All the black fur on his body stood up, making him look like a huge porcupine. It could be said that his hair stood on end. "Don't talk nonsense." Yi Fan's heart also sank. He always felt that it was better not to have too much karma with ruthless people. He took away the source root of all life from ruthless, and even almost took away his immortal medicine. Now that he stepped into the burial ground, he felt that something was very wrong. Heaven-devouring great emperor, did he really live 4 lives? The large black dog was a little scared. There were 4 ancient coffins here, and it made him think of many things. Damlina. The young man's eyes were big and clear, and he said something seriously. There were 4 ancient coffins here, each more terrifying than the last. However, some were empty, and only supreme killing intent was contained in them. That's right, he is undoubtedly the most ruthless person since ancient times. The 4 ancient coffins represent the end of 4 lives. The large black dog said solemnly, "In his first life, Ruthless was the heaven-devouring great emperor. In his later years he sacrificed his old body into a heaven-devouring demon jar, and did not leave behind a corpse. In his second life, he broke out of his old body like a butterfly, and shed a divine fetus, cutting off the karma of the past. In his third life, he used the immortal medicine to extend his life, and obtained another life. The divine fetus returned to its youth, but it did not give birth to a new divine fetus. As for the fourth life, no one knew how he obtained it, but he should have reached the end of his life in this life, and could not live forever. If what Nangong Zheng said is true, Ruthless most likely succeeded in the Bronze Celestial Palace, and thus had a fourth life. Yi Fan frowned. The sacred battle ape communicated with the young man, and obtained some useful information. The 4 ancient coffins were indeed a person, and the ancient royal family had already confirmed it. An old king had warned them not to approach, and for some reason, the young man thought it was the corpse of an ancient emperor. Out of respect, Emperor Wu sure did not choose this place, and instead found another purple mountain. The large black dog sighed and said, "Who would have thought that the most ruthless person since ancient times, who shocked the world, would be buried here?" Yi Fan had his suspicions and repeatedly questioned him. From the mouth of the archaic youth, he learned that Vicious had died a long time ago. His divine sense had been destroyed for over 200,000 years. An adult archaic king was slumbering here. His strength was comparable to an ancient saint, and he even had a large success saint physique. It was impossible for their judgment to be wrong. The large black dog grabbed a handful of soil and tossed it into the air. He heaved a long sigh and said, "The ancient emperors are all lonely, and they'll all return to the earth in the midst of invincibility. Rest in peace." Even though it had never seen a ruthless person before, it was most afraid of him or her. It had dug up their training grounds and searched for the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar. Right now, it could only reminisce. They continued for several li, and then they saw another large piece of divine source. There was a middle-aged man sealed inside. He was majestic and tall, with a head of purple hair. He looked like an ancient emperor that was sleeping peacefully. In a daze, they saw him standing there proudly. With a loud roar, the great earth of the supreme ancient immortal realms collapsed. The sky sank down and the myriad of races submitted. "This is my father king. Should I wake him up?" The youth spoke. Upon hearing this, even the monkey's face turned green. He quickly shook his head and said, "Don't disturb the senior." Not long after, they finally saw the third ancient coffin. After advancing for several more li, they arrived at the deepest part of the nest of 10,000 dragons. As expected, it's comparable to the Purple Mountains terrain. Yi Fan exclaimed in admiration after carefully inspecting it. There were 9 ancient caves in the shape of true dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons, and they were countless li long. Their tails faced outwards, and the 9 dragon heads pointed toward the central region. It was similar to the layout of the 9 dragons protecting the Purple Mountain. Moreover, the 9 majestic true dragons were densely packed underground. There were ancient caves everywhere, and they were all in the shape of dragons. It could be said that there were 10,000 hidden dragons here. The aura of the 4th ancient coffin is coming over. The nest of 10,000 dragons was full of holes, and there were many ancient caves. Dragon chi flowed like the sea, and they finally arrived at the central celestial land. The old nest of the true dragons, the large black dog exclaimed in surprise. In front of them, there were countless ancient trees. They had already withered and died for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Each tree branch was so thick that even several dozen people wouldn't be able to wrap their arms around it. Dragon wood. According to legend, this is the divine material used by the true dragons to build their nests. The large black dog's eyes widened. Many ancient trees were piled up together, forming a huge nest. It looked very simple and crude, but it was extremely mysterious. It was incredibly majestic, and it was formed from countless ancient trees. It was as tall as a mountain, and there were tens of thousands of giant dragons roaming about. They were all formed from dragon chi. There really is a nest of dragons. Even the sacred battle ape was dumbfounded, and he was slightly dazed. Yi Fan was also stunned. It was recorded in the original heavenly book that the nest of 10,000 dragons could possibly be the nest of the true dragons. All of this had been deduced by the Yuan Taoist master, and he had never entered it before. Now, he was fortunate enough to witness all of this. There really was an ancient nest inside, and it was completely constructed from dragon wood. It had not withered even now. There were tens of thousands of dragons roaming about like great rivers, and they circled around the dragon nest. It was incredibly mysterious and majestic. The dragon wood was jet black, and the entire nest was also jet black. It was ancient and old-fashioned, and there was a fearsome aura permeating the air. Damn, it seems like there really were dragons that lived here before. The large black dog exclaimed. The monkey was also tempted. Never would he have thought that he would see an abandoned dragon nest. It was like a fantasy story. A dragon on the same level as the celestial realm existed before? Yi Fan was also stunned. There are definitely celestial treasures in a dragon nest, and anything left behind by it is a precious treasure. Even this dragon nest is a peerless divine object. The large black dog's greed was acting up again. He unleashed a powerful mystical power, and he actually wanted to take away the entire ancient nest. His divine power was vast, and he wanted to stir up the nest that was constructed from dragon wood. However, the divine power he unleashed was like a clay ox entering the sea, and it was nothing at all. It was like a drop of water falling into a desert, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hurry up and help us. If we can take away this ancient nest, we'll have obtained a massive fortune. The large black dog called out. Madaraniru? The youth from the ancient imperial tribe asked in confusion. He's asking us what we're doing. We can't touch the ancient nest carelessly, or else we'll be in great danger, the monkey explained. It can't be, right? There's no danger? The large black dog sensed carefully, but didn't discover anything. He said, if we refine this ancient nest, we can definitely transform it into an invincible divine object, and we can take away and suppress anything. Even my father has never seen a celestial mark, so this place shouldn't be the nest of a true dragon, the monkey muttered to himself. He had thought of many things. His father was the emperor of fighting, and he looked down on the ancient realm. His race's battle prowess was world-shocking, and it could be imagined how terrifying he would be once he became an ancient emperor. It could be said that the old Saint Emperor of fighting strength could look down on both ancient and modern times. The final years of the ancient realm were completely his world. If this place was an immortal world, an old Saint Emperor who urgently wanted to enter the celestial realm would definitely sense it, yet he had never mentioned it. That's right, this is most likely a nest left behind by an ancient emperor, and no one knows about it. The monkey made this judgment after careful consideration. Regardless of whether it's a true dragon or an ancient emperor, the ancient nests they left behind are all peerless divine objects, not to mention the celestial treasures that might be contained inside. The large black dog didn't care so much. After seeing this dragon nest, he was completely at a loss for what to do. He only wanted to take it for himself, and he kept thinking of ways to do so. Yi Fan was very cautious. He used his origin technique to investigate, but he felt that he couldn't see through this place at all. This was a place where 10,000 dragons gathered, and it was extremely mysterious and unfathomable. Let me give it a try. The large black dog didn't dare to take the risk with his real body. He plucked out a long shiny black hair from his body, and with a strong blow, he transformed into a black dog the size of a calf. Go, enter the dragon nest and see what's going on, he commanded. Woof! The large dog that had transformed into pounced toward the ancient nest like a black bolt of lightning. The youth of the 10,000 ancient races cried out in shock, fear written all over his face. He hid behind the others, his body trembling. Oh no! Yi Fan had a bad premonition that the situation was bad, and he took out the myriad chi cauldron, sending down 10,000 silk ribbons. The monkey also took out a peerless murderous weapon and held it in his hand, using it as a large club, ready to swing it at any time. Woof! In front of the ancient nest, the large dog let out a miserable wail and turned into ashes on the spot. Its afterimage was imprisoned in the dragon nest. At the same time, a streak of chaotic sword projection shot out. It was terrifying beyond compare, and it seemed as if it could destroy all things. Everyone was shocked. This was a pure chaotic sword projection. Let alone them, even a supreme divine lord would be killed if they were struck by it. Ding. In the Black Emperor's large paw, the ancient sovereign token was shrouded in purple aura, and it froze in the air, blocking this attack. The chaotic light quickly retreated like water. The ancient sovereigns are so terrifying. They've been dead for millions of years, but the ancient token they left behind still possesses such celestial might. Yi Fan exclaimed in shock. I found this piece of purple metal in a corner. It's actually a supreme divine object. The large black dog hugged the ancient sovereign token with all his might, and even saliva was dripping out of his mouth. He couldn't stop smiling foolishly. May the undying heavenly emperor protect us. The youth from the ancient royal family prayed to the god in his heart. Then he seriously warned the three of them not to act recklessly. They circled around the ancient nest and discovered a terrifying fact. As long as they approached within 1.5 kilometers of the nest, their divine power would be completely stripped away, and they would only be able to recover after walking out of the nest. Although this place was vast, there were layers of ancient cave walls in the way, and there wasn't much suitable distance to observe from. Finally, they climbed up a precipice and looked into the depths of the dragon nest, trying to figure out what was inside. Dragon scale. The large black dog was shocked. In the ancient nest that was constructed from dragon wood, he discovered a shining scale, which had a wisp of the might of an ancient emperor. Regardless of whether it was the true dragon's ancient nest or the ruins of the ancient sovereigns, that scale was priceless, and it could definitely be used as a sacrifice to refine. The dragon wood was jet black, and only by piling up tens of thousands of them together could such a huge nest be formed. Endless dragon chi surged, and when a gust of wind blew past, the scene inside the nest was revealed, and everyone was shocked. The fourth ancient coffin. The land of primal chaos. In the instant that the tens of thousands of strands of dragon chi revealed a sliver of a gap, they could faintly see the interior of the true dragon's old nest. A huge coffin was floating, and endless primal chaos was surging. Is this the primal chaos born from the nest of a true dragon, which is on the same level as the celestial? Or could it be that someone intentionally used dragon wood to conceal this land of natural primal chaos? They were all shocked. If it was the former, it proved that there were celestials in this world, and if it was the latter, it meant that this place was too mysterious and unfathomable. At the bottom of the nest that was constructed from dragon wood, endless primal chaos surged, as if heaven and earth were being split apart. The ancient coffin floated there, and it was incredibly mysterious. The fourth reincarnation of Ruthless is here. He or she really knows how to choose a place. The large black dog was shocked. The nest of 10,000 dragons contains primal chaos, and it's actually such a terrain. Yi Fan pondered and compared it to the origin heavenly book, making deductions. Suddenly Yi Fan was shocked. The all-life source qi was trembling, and it rushed out from his body, hovering above his head, and descending tens of thousands of strands of heaven and earth qi. His whole body shivered. The all-life source qi cauldron trembled continuously, and it actually resonated with something in the ancient nest. Crack! At the bottom of the true dragon's old nest, the ancient coffin was enshrouded by primal chaos, and the lid of the coffin was slowly opening. There was a sliver of connection between it and Yi Fan's cauldron that was difficult to sever. Clang! The lid of the coffin slowly moved and slowly opened. Chapter 5:33. The dragonwood was jet black and extremely thick. The nest that was built had almost lost its luster after countless years. This nest was as big as a mountain. Chaos surged at the bottom, as majestic as the creation of heaven and earth. The ancient coffin floated up and down, and the lid of the coffin moved slowly. It slowly opened under the lingering primordial aura. Clang! The coffin lid tilted to one side, and the sound it made their souls tremble. It was like the first sound after the creation of heaven and earth. The all-qi cauldron above Yi Fan's head shook violently and was about to fly out and rush into the giant nest of chaos. It was a little uncontrollable. Don't let it go. This is the corpse of the heaven-devouring great emperor, and it wants to claim your karma. Don't let it go. The large black dog muttered while shivering. Yi Fan was calm. He didn't want to have any entanglement with the ancient great emperor. If the all-qi cauldron flew away, he wouldn't be so disappointed. He stood quietly on the cliff and didn't deliberately do anything. If there really was some so-called karma, the means of an ancient great emperor definitely couldn't resist it, and it would just be in vain. A corpse. The monkey was extremely nervous. He tightly grasped the almost rotten murderous weapon in his hand and stared at the ancient coffin. The young man of the far ancient imperial tribe was extremely terrified. His eyes were full of fear, and he hid behind the others, his body trembling slightly. The most heaven-defying great emperor since ancient times, who lived for an extremely long time. The large black dog's hair stood up, and he took a few steps back. In the ancient coffin, the chaotic fog was hazy, and a corpse that wasn't very complete lay there quietly, dripping with blood. It couldn't be seen clearly. This was the fourth life of Ruthless. Even the chaos couldn't do anything to his corpse. It's hard to imagine how strong his body was. Even a strand of his hair can break through the chaos. His body has already become the world's most precious holy object, and can be refined into an extreme saint weapon. They were extremely shocked. The cultivation level of this ancient great emperor was already unfathomable. It was comparable to gods, and he could be said to be a god of the world. For lives ended. Now it could be clearly confirmed that the last body of Ruthless was in the coffin. Such damage meant that he couldn't be reborn. Even though he created the indestructible heaven art, he could only extend his life for one life and couldn't walk another path. Ruthless finally reached the end. Plop. The ancient royal youth knelt down, trembling with fear. The ancient coffin exuded a wisp of pressure that made him feel as if he was facing a god. He felt incomparable reverence. Although the myriad qi cauldron above Yi Fan's head was trembling, it did not really fly out. Tens of thousands of silk ribbons fell down and finally calmed down. However, a mysterious connection had not been severed. At this moment, everyone felt like they were hallucinating. They felt a fluctuation of emotions, as if someone was whispering to them. Vicious defied the heavens and stood at the peak of the human race. He showed disdain for the ancient emperors, looked down on the emperors, and stunned the ages. The reason he couldn't live forever wasn't because he wasn't outstanding enough, but rather because this world couldn't allow him to ascend to immortality, unable to raise the multicolored light to leave. He had already walked to the extreme, yet there was no path forward. Despite this being the case, he still went against the flow like a deity, establishing a Tao that had never been seen before throughout the ages. He lived 4 eras in reverse, and no one from past to present could compare. All of this seemed so real. It was as if someone was talking to himself, and it transmitted into everyone's hearts. It made them indescribably astonished, as if it was real yet also an illusion. You stunned the ages and no one could compare to you. Even in death, you were still a peerless hero, looking down on the past and present, an emperor among men. Dead in the end, you still died. You lived an outstanding life, but 4 eras came to an end, and it was difficult to compare. You were invincible and lonely. Shockingly talented, an ancient heavenly emperor, yet he couldn't live forever. The world couldn't tolerate his mistake, and it was only because of you. Everyone sighed. In the end, such a great expert was still obliterated by the passage of time, shattering the last trace of their fantasies. However, Vicious' life was absolutely unrivaled throughout the ages. He used his mortal body to go against the flow and become one of the most powerful characters in the past and present. Is that the emotion of the ancient heavenly emperor? We can feel it. He seemed very calm before his death, as if life and death were nothing much. This was what everyone felt. Although there was a sigh in that emotion, it was more of a calmness. It was as if he had seen through the joys and sorrows of separation, as well as his indifference towards life and death. Perhaps Vicious had lived for too long, and was really tired. Tens of thousands of dragons leaped together, and the ancient coffin was surrounded and worshipped by tens of thousands of giant dragons formed from dragon chi. Only when gales surged could one see the outline of the coffin. With another hurried glance, the head of this heavenly emperor appeared from the chaotic mist in the ancient coffin. His hair was jet black, but unfortunately, there was a mask on his face. It was a ghostly face that seemed to be crying yet not crying, smiling yet not smiling. There was sorrow on his face, but also joy. Perhaps this was his or her entire life. Tears fell amidst joy, and a smile amidst sorrow. No one understood Vicious. He was the most mysterious, and no one knew his or her heart. Perhaps this mask was the only thing that revealed a bit of his or her heart, and others couldn't understand it. In a short period of time, everyone was very silent. They felt a kind of loneliness, as well as the desolation of being at the top. After an unknown period of time, they gradually came back to their senses. Dead, they're all dead. The large black dog heaved a long sigh. Then he actually began to wail sorrowfully and said, "Emperor Wuxia is also dead. They're all dead. In the end, not a single one survived. What's the point of cultivating to the end?" The Black Emperor revealed his emotions for once, and he was incredibly sorrowful. He looked in the direction of the Purple Mountain and said, "Emperor, rest in peace." The last shred of hope was also shattered. Yi Fan was in a daze. There really wasn't a single heavenly emperor that had survived. His hopes for Emperor Wuxia had also vanished into thin air because of the Black Emperor. While a soft sound came from the ancient coffin, and a hazy streak of light flew out. It was as if a dragon was leaping in the chaos, and it was extremely mysterious and mystical. What's that? Everyone was jolted awake, and they stared at the chaotic mist with shock in their hearts. Could there be a living creature in the ancient coffin? AI, Su Ichiong. The youth from the ancient imperial tribe exclaimed in surprise, his expression extremely excited. This was the celestial treasure of the ancient nest, and ordinary people couldn't see it at all. It was already not bad if it flew out once every several tens of thousands of years. The ancient king that was slumbering here had only been fortunate enough to sense it once or twice, but he didn't dare to come and snatch it, and could only observe it from afar. Catch it, catch it. The large black dog wiped his face, and the sorrowful expression on his face disappeared completely. He recovered his greedy nature, and continued to hoot. Su Ichiong Gunali. The youth from the ancient imperial tribe shouted loudly, and warned. The monkey revealed a serious expression and said, "He said that we definitely can't go and catch it. Otherwise, even if the ancient king intervened, he wouldn't be able to keep his life." The large black dog scratched his ears and cheeks, and couldn't sit still at all. However, there was nothing he could do even if he was anxious. He shouted, "If we can't obtain a celestial treasure after entering the crow's nest, we'll really be letting down our 8 generations of ancestors." Ding. He held the ancient sovereign badge in his hand, and continuously struck it. He waved it at the dragon nest of chaos and said, "The divine badge of the ancient Saint Emperor is here, hear my call." That light wasn't very dazzling, and it seemed to be condensed from starlight. It was gentle and bright, and it was very attractive. It flew around the ancient coffin, rushing out 9 times, and then entering inside 9 times. In the end, it rushed out, and flew out of the ancient crow's nest. Dang! The large black dog worked even harder, and used his large paw to forcefully strike that ancient sovereign badge. He said, "It's really been summoned by me." That light really flew over, and it was like a beam of moonlight descending. The large black dog howled, and stretched out his large paw to catch it. However, with a flash of brilliance, it avoided the large black dog, and with a schwa sound, it entered into the all-chi cauldron above Yi Fan's head, and its divine splendor disappeared. "Brat, this is robbery, you're committing a crime." The large black dog was furious and pounced over. He opened his large mouth to bite, and wanted to snatch a piece of the cauldron. "It has nothing to do with me at all." It flew in by itself. Yi Fan pressed down on his large head to prevent him from being bitten. "Nonsense, I went through untold hardships to summon it here, and you intercepted it halfway." The large black dog was furious. When everything calmed down, the large black dog was at his wit's end, because after this light was taken out, if he didn't touch it, it would fly back into the cauldron on its own. The few of them all crowded over and carefully examined this celestial treasure. There was no one who wasn't astonished, especially the youth from the ancient imperial tribe, whose expression was filled with shock. Yi Fan held it in his hand. This was an ancient scroll, and it was sparkling and translucent, as if it was forged from the essence of the sun and moon. However, it was extremely soft. It was square in shape and was about 1.5 meters tall. When it was spread out, stars would occasionally flash and disappear on its surface. It was light and peaceful, and it was impossible to tell what exactly it was. What kind of divine object is this? The few of them were all puzzled, and after studying it for a long time, they still couldn't figure it out. Could it be an ancient scripture? The large black dog was bewildered. The few of them probed it with their divine senses, but still couldn't find anything. This ancient scroll that seemed to be forged from the essence of the sun and moon was boundless, and there was no end to it. The monkey carefully recalled, and as if he had thought of something, he suddenly revealed an expression of shock, and said, "My father seems to also have an ancient scroll like this. I have some vague memories of it, and he often looks at it late at night." His father was an ancient imperial tribe emperor, and was a fighting saint of his generation. He was invincible, and he actually often looked at an ancient scroll like this late at night. This was really shocking. It can't be the celestial treasure that the emperor of fighting of the ancient era possessed, right? Yi Fan was bewildered. Similar, very similar. "I think it's that ancient scroll." The more the monkey looked at it, the more familiar it felt, and nodded solemnly. F***ck, it's definitely a celestial treasure. Even the emperor of fighting often looked at it quietly, and then it fell into the hands of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Its value is immeasurable. The black emperor was almost lying on top of it, and stared at it with all his might. Clang. In the mountain-like crow's nest, the lid of the ancient coffin closed. Then, it slowly sank down, and disappeared into the boundless primal chaos. It has sunk down, no longer remaining in this world, and returned to the primal chaos. Yi Fan was startled. Maybe this was the best ending for the ancient emperors. He let out a long sigh and said, "Let's go, we can't stay here for long." There were definitely more divine items in the ancient nest, but they couldn't get close, so there was no point in staying any longer. The few of them bowed to the crow's nest to express their respect for the ruthless emperor, and then they quickly left. "Su Cheong Delina?" The youth from the ancient imperial tribe called out. He felt that it was inappropriate to bring the celestial treasure away. The monkey explained repeatedly, and he didn't say anything else. Boom! When they walked into the distance, there was a violent tremor behind them. The entire ancient nest was in a state of haziness, and it was completely drowned in primal chaos. Chapter 5:34. Yi Fan and the others turned around and saw that the ancient nest was vast. Chaos surged and completely submerged this place. Everything had disappeared. From now on, there are no more ruthless people in this world. They knew that the ancient celestial emperor had disappeared from the world forever. His life had finally come to an end. No one understood him, no one knew him, and no one knew the little things in his heart. When everything disappeared, only a ghost face that seemed to be crying and smiling appeared in their memories. Sorrow and smile coexisted. Only these revealed the little things in his heart. Yi Fan and the others silently retreated. It was hard to describe the feelings in their hearts. They left the ancient celestial emperor's resting place. After leaving the ancient nest, they started to talk again. The ancient royal youth invited them to see his father, treating them as honored guests. They shook their heads vigorously. They would not go even if they were beaten to death. Unless the monkey grew up and Yi Fan cultivated his saint physique to the great perfection, they would definitely not be enough. Most likely, a glance from the ancient king would be able to destroy them. The large black dog pondered for a long time. He held the ancient sovereign token and tried to get close to the ancient royal youth, asking him to borrow a divine source block. I don't want too much. Just lend me 1 or 2 blocks is enough. The monkey instantly glanced at him. He felt that this dog was too unkind. He did not even pass on a message for him. Monkey, what do you mean? Quickly ask for me. I know you do not lack divine source. When the brat Yi cut you out, you were more cunning than anyone else. You snatched the murderous weapon and even took away the 2 large pieces of divine source that can seal people. You did not even leave a single hair for us. When the large black dog talked about this matter in the God City, he was extremely angry and scolded the monkey. In the end, the monkey passed on a message for him. The ancient royal youth was in a difficult position. Divine source was extremely precious to them, and they did not have too many in storage. The large black dog did not give up. He did not want to return empty-handed after entering a treasure land, so he asked Yi Fan to use an origin technique to find a few pieces of divine source. Yi Fan had already searched seriously, but the few large divine source blocks all had ancient kings sealed in them. It was very difficult to find anything without an owner. They walked very far and stopped in an ancient cave. Yi Fan's heart moved. He felt a piercing pain in his eyes. The cave was resplendent and filled with divine light. Stupid dog, stop tricking the child. Yi Fan called the large black dog over and transmitted his voice, preparing to mine the divine source. Stupid dog, stop tricking the child. He lightly pointed out with a finger, and a giant boulder was broken. The stone surface cracked apart, and dazzling light shone. The entire cave shone brilliantly, creating a divine and auspicious scene. A head-sized divine source block tumbled out. The large black dog immediately pounced over and hugged her tightly in his arms. He hurriedly wiped away his saliva and asked, "Do you have more?" Yi Fan, and maybe we really found it. Yi Fan was a little nervous and excited. He felt that this would be the biggest gain he had ever made in his Genesis techniques. It was because the depths of the ancient cave were even more dazzling. There were quite a few divine origin blocks sealed within, most likely 2 or 3 cubic meters in size. It was about the same size as the great divine origin block that sealed archaic kings. Let me. The large black dog personally used his paw to chisel open the cave. Not long after, rainbow light flowed, and the ancient cave became resplendent. Another large divine source block was dug out, and the large black dog was almost transparent under the light. Spiritual essence surged like a tide. Great luck, great fortune. The Black Emperor laughed foolishly, and the corners of his mouth twitched. It bent down and quickly dug the ground. Not long after, it dug out another piece of divine source the size of a faceplate. The golden divine light was burning like raging flames. No, stop digging. Yi Fan was shocked. He used his divine eye and saw a person through the stone wall. However, he was still a step too late. The large black dog cut open the stone wall with his paw, revealing a large divine source block. It was about 2 square meters in size, and it stood silently in the depths of the ancient cave. El Yunani! The youth from the ancient royal family cried out in shock. Yi Fan and the others felt cold all over, and they hurriedly retreated. They felt a frightening aura, and their hairs stood on their ends. Within the divine source block, there was an old man who was as thin as a stick. He sat cross-legged, and there was no sign of life, but it made one's heart palpitate. His upper body was bare, and he was bony. His lower body was wrapped in a beast's skin. He looked very primitive, but it gave one a terrifying feeling. This primitive old man's eyes were tightly closed, and his eye sockets were sunken. His gray hair was messy like weeds, and he held a bone club in his hand. The most shocking thing was that his whole body was bound by iron chains, and they almost pierced into his flesh. The crimson iron chains shone with light, and it was obvious that they were not ordinary items. There were many patterns inscribed on them. That was definitely a powerful symbol that sealed him, preventing him from breaking out. He couldn't move in the slightest. Who is this? Yi Fan was very shocked. It was obvious that this was a prisoner, and he was very powerful and terrifying. There were no signs of life, and he was almost like a wooden stake, but he was terrifying. Elunani, the youth from the ancient royal family, was very flustered, and he said a lot of words. He said that this is an ancient vicious person who kills without batting an eye and sees life as nothing. He is imprisoned here, the monkey explained. Yi Fan was shocked. He looked at the skinny old man wrapped in beast skin and felt that it was very strange. No matter how he looked at it, he looked like a human and not like an ancient king. Damn, I also feel that he is a human and not an ancient royal family. What is going on? The large black dog was also shocked. Is this really an ancient vicious person? Yi Fan asked the monkey. Oh my Yido. The youth was very excited, and he continuously retreated, indicating that they should quickly leave this place as well. He said that this is a saint of the ancient human race, and he is very terrifying and has killed countless living beings, the monkey said with a strange expression. What? A saint of the ancient human race? Yi Fan almost cried out in shock. This old man dressed in beast skin is a human who survived from the ancient era? The large black dog's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The youth from the ancient royal family nodded seriously, indicating that this person was extremely dangerous, and they needed to leave this place in case something ominous happened. Damn, he is luckier than the ancient emperors, and he has lived for so long. The large black dog cried out in shock and was stunned. Waves of shock surged in Yi Fan's heart. This was a human who had lived for the longest time he had ever seen. He had once asked the Black Emperor and the monkey in detail about how to use the divine source to survive, because seeing that the ancient royal family could seal themselves, he had always been puzzled. Why didn't the ancient human elites do the same? The monkey gave him an answer, and it was all fate. The large black dog's answer was even more detailed. Becoming a living dead person in the divine source was completely ineffective against the ancient emperors, because they were too powerful, and there was nothing that could seal the ripples of their life force. As for the human elites below the emperor level, they would never have that chance. Just like the monkey said, it was all fate. In the desolate ancient era, there were still ordinary pure divine source that could be formed, but the divine source ended in the ancient era. If one wanted to seal themselves in the divine source that had already formed couldn't be used at all. They needed the divine source liquid to fuse into it the moment it formed. The divine source liquid was the essence of heaven and earth, and it gradually went extinct in the ancient era. After the last batch was formed, it could no longer form. In the ancient era, some drastic changes happened, and the prosperous ancient races went into decline. They were also fortunate to have the last batch of the essence of heaven and earth that they could use. They could enter a dangerous place that could form the divine source liquid, seal themselves, and sleep, waiting for a chance to rise again. Of course, it was impossible to have so much divine source liquid to use. Only a few royal families and their most trusted subordinates had this kind of opportunity. Otherwise, in the vast and boundless great wilderness, why were there only a few places like the absolute beginning forbidden zone, the Purple Mountain, and the nest of 10,000 dragons that had the remains of ancient creatures? The weak were prey to the strong, and only a few great royal families managed to obtain the divine source liquid. The rest all returned to the ancient era and became soil. There was no lack of divine source in the ancient era, but the divine source liquid that was forming was very rare. Only the most powerful royal families could obtain it. Now, the essence of heaven and earth had dried up, and it was impossible for the miraculous scene of the ancient era to appear again. Once the divine source liquid was formed, it could never be turned into a divine source liquid. In the past, there were so many ancient races, and they were extremely prosperous. However, it was already not bad for one person to obtain the divine source liquid out of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people. The monkey sighed. The human race survived the ancient era's calamity, and the future generations don't need to seal themselves anymore. Yi Fan said after thinking about it carefully. The ancient human experts had long lost the chance to obtain the divine source liquid from the ancient era. As for the great emperors of the human race, even if they could defy the heavens and produce the divine source liquid, it was useless to them. Once they became emperors, nothing in the world could restrain them. That was because they were too powerful, surpassing everything in the world. Apart from the immortal divine medicine that could extend their lifespan for a lifetime, there was nothing else that could help them. Yi Fan pondered for a short while and quickly came back to his senses. There was a primordial human saint in front of him. This was truly earth-shattering news. If he was rescued, it would definitely shake the eastern wilderness and shock the world. In the divine source block, this old man was really too primitive. His skin was bronze and dry. The beast's skin below his waist was mottled with patterns. Upon closer inspection, it was shocking. That was definitely the skin of a powerful savage beast, and it was a very powerful one at that. The white bone club in his hand was warm and crystalline. It was as white as jade, and one could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. It was impossible to estimate how terrifying its power would be if it attacked at full force. However, after thinking about it carefully, Yi Fan also felt relieved. How could the weapon of the primordial human saint be ordinary? It was definitely an earth-shattering divine item. Unfortunately, the old man was bound by the crimson chains and suppressed by the innate patterns on it. He was no different from being dead. This person can't be released. The monkey suddenly said with a frown. But Yi Fan asked. According to what the young man said, there was a problem with his cultivation. He was delirious and committed an endless massacre. This was a human saint from the primordial era. Moreover, he was a terrifying figure whose strength had reached the pinnacle. His combat strength was so strong that it was shocking. In the primordial era, the human race had two supreme divine arts. Once mastered, they would be earth-shattering and could dominate the world. This primordial saint cultivated the true sun art to the extreme. Then, he cultivated the true moon art and wanted to combine the two divine arts. However, because of this, a huge problem occurred. The true sun saint and true moon saint clashed and could not be reconciled, resulting in a huge disaster. He was a god in the day and a demon at night. His mind was delirious and he killed many human experts. He even slaughtered many top figures of other races. It could be said that this human saint from the primordial era had committed a monstrous massacre. Many races fought against him. In the end, the young man's grandfather and his father came together and suppressed this human saint, sealing him here forever. Why didn't you kill him? Yi Fan's heart stirred. The young man was a little troubled and his expression was a little unnatural. The monkey immediately understood and said, "The mystic arts of the various races can be used for reference." I see. Yi Fan nodded. At the same time, he was very excited. This human saint from the primordial era actually had two supreme divine arts. In the primordial era, the human race only had two ancient scriptures. He actually learned both of them and had them on him. However, this also resulted in a huge disaster. Chapter 5:35. The Moon True Technique and Sun True Technique are the most primitive ancient scriptures of the human race. The large black dog exclaimed. The ancient humans first appeared near the forbidden, ancient, desolate land of the southern region. According to the records of other races, they were suspected to have come from beyond the heavens. The ancient humans had two great ancient scriptures that stole the mysteries of heaven and earth. They could be used to cultivate the most fundamental moon saint power and sun saint power. They were mysterious and unfathomable, and their power was unparalleled. Yi Fan had also heard that when the ancient emperors created their supreme ancient scriptures, they received many inspirations from these two most primitive scriptures. This ancient human saint's entire body is a treasure. He's practically a celestial treasure. The large black dog said, drooling. A single drop of blood from an ancient saint could kill a supreme elite of the present age, and the warm and pure white bone club in his hand must be a shocking divine object. Of course, the most important thing was that he possessed the two most primitive ancient scriptures of the human race. They were priceless divine treasures that had been lost for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. And the crimson iron chain that bound his body was also a divine object. It was covered densely with symbols that flickered brilliantly. It was complicated and profound, and could seal an ancient saint. It must be a rare treasure. Yi Fan was also excited. This person was a living ancient scripture. The Sun True Technique and the Moon True Technique, these two most primitive ancient scriptures, made him very expectant. If he could obtain them, he might be able to deduce the evolution process of the human race's inheritance. After all, cultivation had already begun in that era. Although it was a great opportunity for He Shou to take away this ancient saint, it was also accompanied by great danger. If they were not careful, they might provoke a monstrous killing calamity. A Martrich. The youth of the ancient royal family said something loudly, a vigilant look in his eyes. He gradually felt that something was wrong. He said not to touch this ancient vicious person and urged us to leave quickly, the monkey explained. Yi Fan knew that if they wanted to take away the ancient saint, the youth would definitely stop them and even summon his royal father. Let him sleep for a while and then we'll leave. He didn't want to hurt this youth. After all, there was no hatred between them, and he had brought them so far. Pang! The monkey lightly slashed with his palm, and the youth fell down. He was placed on a flat green rock in the ancient cave, and he would wake up in an hour. Whoosh! Yi Fan stored the great divine source block with the ancient saint sealed in it into the myriad chi cauldron. The origin essence chi surged, making him feel comfortable all over. We have to be careful. This old saint is not in a clear state of mind. If he manages to break free, all of us will die. The large black dog muttered. It was rare that they were not fighting over the saint. Yi Fan was shocked. He could feel a terrifying aura pervading the cauldron. It originated from this great divine origin block, as if a barbaric dragon was about to awaken. I need to find a place to bury him after I get out. I can't bring him along with me. He quickly made this decision. Although the two most primitive ancient scriptures were comparable to immortal treasures, they were not as important as his life. When they retreated, they gradually heard the battle cries again. The battle had already reached its climax. It was incomparably fierce and tragic. Crow Daoist. Yi Fan's heart jumped. He saw that old crow in the nest of 10,000 dragons. His body was covered in blood, but it wasn't his. The Crow Daoist was powerful, and he was from the same generation as the Crimson Dragon Daoist. In the current world, he could do whatever he wanted, and there weren't many who could match him. He didn't break out of the encirclement. Instead, he searched in the nest of 10,000 dragons. It was obvious that he had nothing to fear, and he wanted to obtain immortal treasures. The Crow Daoist disappeared in a flash, charging into the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons, and disappeared without a trace. Nangongzheng Crow Daoist. They definitely aren't the only two. There are most likely others who have also charged in. Luckily we got here first. These ultimate bigwigs were powerful, and they dared to barge into the danger zone. After searching for a while, they would definitely be able to reap great rewards. The immortal godly medicine was a foot tall, and it was rooted in the pile of divine source beside the ancient coffin. Its entire body seemed to be forged from gold, and it was dazzling. Can we use the formation patterns of the Void Emperor to capture the godly medicine? Yi Fan asked. It had 9 leaves, and they floated about like golden clouds. They were very ethereal and very eye-catching. It's very difficult. The large black dog shook his head and sighed. There was a palm-sized small dragon at the top of the immemorial godly medicine. It was vivid and lifelike, and it was dazzling and fragrant, almost intoxicating. It was incredibly alluring. Last time, I almost obtained it, but this time, the difficulty is too great. Yi Fan was regretful. The immortal godly medicine swayed, releasing tens of thousands of rays of light, causing this place to be blazing. The intoxicating fragrance became even stronger. The small dragon hanging from the top actually opened its eyes, and it continuously twisted its body towards them. F***CK, you're provoking me. It's not like I haven't eaten the immortal godly medicine before. I'll swallow you later. The large black dog bared his teeth. The immortal godly medicine rose from the ground, extending its roots above the pile of divine source. The entire plant was dazzling with divine splendor, and it flowed like water, completely ignoring them. This immortal godly medicine is too demonic. Yi Fan was also tempted, and he wanted nothing more than to immediately grab it. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and he took out the unknown immortal treasure that he had obtained from the chaos ancient nest, and he shook it forcefully. The immortal godly medicine was intelligent, and when it saw this scene, it immediately released an expanse of blazing light, and hid in the pile of divine source. Yi Fan was shocked, and he released the immortal treasure, flying forward. Swoosh! As if it had been frightened, the immortal godly medicine instantly rose from the ground, turning into a streak of golden divine light, and flew into the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Capture it! Yi Fan shouted loudly. The large black dog had been prepared for a long time, and he quickly activated the incomplete formation patterns on the horn, crossing forward, and capturing the immortal godly medicine of true dragon. The void trembled, and the immortal godly medicine shone with dazzling divine light, giving off a brilliant multicolored splendor. The entire nest of 10,000 dragons was filled with a fragrance, and there was a rich fragrance everywhere. It actually broke through the restrictions, opening up a golden passageway in the void, directly reaching the ancient nest that was enveloped by chaos, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Damn it, it's too crafty and slippery, and I can't lock it down at all. No wonder it's all controlled by the ancient emperors. The large black dog was vexed. However, Yi Fan was excited, and he quickly retrieved a small white jade cauldron. He used the Xing technique, and rampaged through the nest of 10,000 dragons, collecting the golden divine liquid in the void. It forcefully opened up the great path of the void, and it spat out medicinal blood. The large black dog cried out in shock and rushed over. There were a total of 36 drops of golden divine liquid in the void, and their fragrance wafted into the nostrils. All of the rich fragrance came from them, and every drop was like a golden pearl, shining brilliantly. The dragon fruit of the immortal godly medicine spat out blood essence. This time, its vitality has been greatly injured, and that small dragon has probably lost most of its life. Who told you to provoke it? The Black Emperor laughed loudly. Yi Fan collected all of the golden drops, and closed the lid of the cauldron, and the fragrance disappeared. This was the essence of the immortal godly medicine, and its value was immeasurable. In the past, he had used a portion of the essence of the immortal godly medicine of true dragon to save the life of a supreme divine king. Let's hurry up and go, Yi Fan said. They had gained enough, and if they continued to stay here, there would most likely be accidents. The few of them used the formation patterns of the Void Emperor to move horizontally, and quickly arrived at the battlefield ahead. At this moment, blood had dyed the cave walls red, and flesh and bone shards were everywhere. Senior, come here. Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice to the Queen Mother of the West, and then called out to the Wind Tribe Holy Master. Roar. Their roars shook the heavens, and the ancient beings that were infinitely close to humanoid were ferocious and intimidating. They fought in the ancient cave, and the blood of the various lords dyed their long robes. Some grand elders died from time to time, and this place was like an azura field, a tragic sight to behold. Of course, many ancient beings had also died. After all, those that had appeared here were all powerful elites, and none of them were weaklings. All of them had extraordinary abilities. The Queen Mother of the West and the Wind Tribe Holy Master rushed over one after another. With a flash of light, they disappeared from where they had been. Although the corner of the ancient Great Emperor's formation pattern was damaged to an unbearable degree, it was not restricted in this place, and allowed them to leave the nest of 10,000 dragons in an instant. After a short while, their eyes lit up, and they rushed out from the absolute void, arriving in an oasis. What a great disaster! The Wind Tribe Holy Master sighed. I have to return to the Jade Lake to retrieve the Divine City Stone Medallion to save my comrades, the Queen Mother of the West said. I have the will, but the strength is insufficient. After preparing for a long time, I was lucky enough to activate the formation pattern once. I was unable to save those people, and I feel regretful. Yi Fan's expression did not change at all. He clasped his hands in salute, and with a flash of light, he, the large black dog, and the monkey disappeared. He did not need to think to know that this great disaster would definitely shock the world, and he would definitely be pushed to the forefront of the storm, becoming the most popular figure. He did not want to go to the Jade Lake again. He would rather miss the heavenly peach feast that was held once every 500 years and go into seclusion. Let's go to the small town 2,000 kilometers away from the Jade Lake, Yi Fan said, and was going to pick up little Nan Nan. Heading to the nest of 10,000 dragons was too dangerous, so he did not let Li Heishui and the others go with him. Instead, he arranged to meet them at the small town, and they left together. Li Heishui walked up and asked in shock, "Little Yi, you're here. Did you really screw over those people?" "What could I have done? They forced me to do this." Yi Fan shrugged. "Heavens, Yi He, you've really gone too far this time. If those people all die, there will be no place for you in the Eastern Barren Territory," Jiang Huairan said. "They won't all die. Some people still have spare energy to search for celestial treasures in the nest of 10,000 dragons. How can you still laugh? Even if a divine master died, it would still be a great earthquake, and it would cause a great disturbance," Wu Zhongtian said. "There's no other way. The divine master of all beginnings has already been killed in both body and soul." At this point, Yi Fan faltered and asked, "Where's little Nan Nan?" "The old sect master of the Yin Yang sect kept her here, and he did not allow us to bring her out of the Jade Lake." Lu Ko was furious, but there was nothing he could do. What? Yi Fan was shocked. The old sect master of the Yin Yang sect was at the end of his lifespan, and he had gone to the forbidden land of the barren antiquity to find a way to prolong his life. After seeing the emperor of the ancient Hua dynasty turn into ashes, he chose to leave. Yi Fan had killed the saint and saintess of this sect, and he had great karma with them. Now that he heard that little Nan Nan was being kept by them, he was naturally anxious. "Don't worry, they won't dare to do anything in the Jade Lake. Little Nan will be fine." Li Heishui's grandfather got the inside information, so he naturally did not follow them to the nest of 10,000 dragons. He stayed in the Jade Lake with many people with special abilities. With them around, little Nan would be fine. Half a day later, the news of the disaster in the nest of 10,000 dragons shocked the world, and the entire Eastern Barren Territory was shaken. The Divine Master of all beginnings had died in both body and soul, and nothing was left behind. Once the news came out, it caused a great commotion. The Vice Sect Master of the Supreme Sect of the Central Plains, the Divine Master of the Yin Yang sect, who would soon take over the position of the old sect master, was also killed. The younger brother of the Northern Plains Golden Family Lord, a great expert with boundless prospects, was also buried in the nest of 10,000 dragons, not coming out. The Eastern Wasteland's Purple Mansion Divine Lord was almost crippled, and only his head was left. It was brought out, and his body was beaten into a bloody paste by the archaic creatures. Apart from this, 5 Elements Palace, True Demon Hall, Misty Peak, a total of 6 masters had fallen. Meanwhile, a group of supreme elders had died, and many great sects were affected. Blood dyed the nest of 10,000 dragons. This was earth-shattering news that shook the world. Everyone was tongue-tied, and their hearts were greatly shaken. The world was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked, and no one could remain calm. How many years had it been since such a disaster had happened? So many masters had died at once. What exactly happened? Do you all know the details? Why did so many masters fall? I heard that it has something to do with the divine body Yi Fan. I don't know if it's true or not. When such shocking news came out, the world was shaken. The people of the world still did not understand the inside story, and they were all asking around. Little Yi, you've become famous, and your name will definitely shake the world. Chapter 5:36. This shocking news spread extremely quickly. It reached all the lands through the realm gates and caused a huge uproar. Many great sects were stunned. This kind of calamity could be considered a world-shaking murder case. Many great figures fell, causing a great earthquake in the eastern wasteland. Did you guys know that the archaic kings are about to come into being? Soon, the heavens will change. This world might not necessarily be ruled by the Holy Lands anymore. They can even kill peak holy lords. Those ancient creatures are too terrifying. In the archaic years, they were the true masters of this land. The rumor that the archaic creatures were about to come into being seemed to have grown wings. It quickly spread throughout the boundless land, making many people feel uneasy. Even though countless years had passed, the human race still had some records. Those ancient creatures weren't something ordinary experts could deal with. Rumor has it that this calamity was caused by the holy physique Yi Fan. This child is truly a star of calamity. The two words Yi Fan became a phrase that people often spoke of. Whenever this matter was brought up, he would definitely be mentioned. Heroes are dying one after another. The eastern wasteland will find it hard to calm down in a short period of time. Is it all related to this star of calamity? People didn't know the truth yet. They only knew that it was related to Yi Fan, so they were all discussing this in shock. The blood of heroes dyed the nest of 10,000 dragons. The disturbance it caused was too great. All the cultivators were discussing this topic passionately. Is all of this caused by the holy physique? It's too shocking and inconceivable. Let's wait for the news. If it really is this star of calamity, I fear there will be no place for him in the eastern wasteland anymore. The people of the world were discussing this. Many cultivators were trying to find out the truth, waiting for the holy lands and the top sects to make trouble. Finally, someone from the All Beginnings Holy Land stood out. A supreme elder personally announced that he would kill Yi Fan until his body and soul were completely annihilated. Following that, the Purple Mansion Holy Land, True Devil Palace, Northern Plains Gold Family, Misty Peak, and Central States Yin Yang sect all sent out experts to kill the holy physique. At this point, who wouldn't understand that this calamity was definitely caused by Yi Fan? Otherwise, the great sects wouldn't be so angry and declare that they would kill him one after another. This young man with the surname Yi is really audacious. He even dares to provoke the lords of the various forces. The younger generation will surpass us in time. All of this was caused by a little cultivator. How shocking. He really dares to do this, triggering such a great disaster, causing so many heroes to die. It's hard to believe. The youth surnamed Yi is too terrifying, actually drawing out such a calamity. He's truly a star of calamity. Everyone was flabbergasted and practically didn't dare believe all of this. Soon after, the people of the world discovered an issue. There were people from many great sects who spoke out one after another, wishing to kill Yi Fan, but they all did so in their own names. Up until now, not a single supreme sect master or great power had decided to issue in order to kill him. Those great sects are definitely in the wrong. Otherwise, there's no way they would have endured silently. This is interesting. Could it be that the Holy Lands and those supreme sects have suffered in silence and can't stand on the side of reason? The fire of gossip burned brightly in many people's hearts. They wanted to see the world in chaos, so they tried their best to find out more information. This matter couldn't be hidden at all. There were just too many people who participated in the Jade Lake Distinguished Meeting, so how could everyone's mouths be stopped? Everything was spread out. Only after being forced by the various heroes did the youth surnamed Yi lead them into the archaic king's place of slumber. When the mist gradually dispersed, everyone was stupefied. They could only blame those people for rushing into this dangerous place. Logically speaking, these people asked for it, so they deserve it. However, there is no way they will let the matter go so easily. It's rare for these great sects to suffer in silence like this. The cultivators of the eastern wasteland were discussing among themselves. They knew that these great sects had suffered a great loss, so they were definitely going to kill. In just 2 days, the voices of many experts sounded from the Jade Lake, requesting Yi Fan to confront them and explain the problem clearly. Confront my ass. Just let them stare helplessly and go crazy. The Black Emperor laughed loudly. Yi Fan didn't have any plans to leave either. He cultivated in seclusion in peace. How could he explain these things clearly? He knew how those people felt. They most likely wanted to pull out his tendons and break his bones. Wan Chu, the Z family, the Yin Yang sect of the Middle State, and the Gold family of the North Plains were all going crazy. They officially announced that if Yi Fan didn't come out and explain clearly, they would issue an order to kill him. Brother Blackwater, bad brother, tell your grandfather to protect Darling. Nothing must go wrong. Yi Fan only had this one worry, and he didn't care about anything else. That's right, let those holy lands continue to show off. It's useless even if they shout until their throats break. We won't go. The large black dog laughed mischievously. Don't worry, they won't dare to act recklessly. After all, they are in the Jade Lake, so there won't be any problems with Darling, Wu Zhongtian and the others said. The people from the great immortal inheritances were indeed angry. Yi Fan didn't have any plans to show up at all, and treated their words like floating clouds. He didn't fear the so-called order to kill him at all. If Yi Fan still doesn't show up, we will kill him without mercy in the future. Finally, there was a holy land that was furious, uttering this kind of voice, which spread throughout the entire eastern wasteland. Yi Fan smirked coldly in disdain. He didn't care at all. As long as his strength improved greatly and reached the divine master tier, he wouldn't need to fear anyone, and he could do as he pleased in the world. However, several days later, Lu Ko brought a piece of news that made him frown. The old sect master of the Yin Yang sect had Lu Ko and the others' grandfather pass on a message for him. My life force has dried up, and I'm about to return to the earth. I've long since become fearless. This old sect master was very benevolent when he spoke, and he looked at the little darling beside him. This old thing. Yi Fan immediately became angry. The old sect master of the Yin Yang sect was forcing him to submit and head to the Jade Lake. I'm still very young and Darling is ill. I have the confidence to establish an immortal empire. Of course, destruction is easier than construction. Yi Fan said fiercely. This was the message he had Lu Ko and the others pass on. This old one doesn't have much time left. After death, who cares what happens? I'll wait patiently. This was what the supreme sect master of the Yin Yang sect wanted them to pass on. At the same time, the Holy Lands and top sects also became ruthless and announced that they would issue a kill order soon. The Western Queen Mother of the Jade Lake wants to take the little darling away, but the old sect master of the Yin Yang sect won't let her leave his side no matter what. Jiang Huairan frowned. He doesn't have much time left, and if this old thing goes to the extreme, the successor he chose died in the nest of 10,000 dragons. That's not good. Li Heishui was worried that he would be ruthless to the little darling. Yi Fan stood on the precipice and gazed into the distance. He stood there for a long time before turning around and saying, I'll go to the Jade Lake. No, if you go, the holy lands of Wanchu and Zifu will skin you alive. Wu Zhongtian and the others stopped him. Don't worry, I won't let myself fall into danger. Yi Fan asked the Black Emperor to carve formation runes and head to the old land of Merak to see if he could see the old madman. However, they were disappointed. This land was incomparably quiet. Ancient trees towered into the sky and fallen leaves could be heard. There was no sign of the old madman and he couldn't be summoned. Since I can't invite the saints of the present era, I'll bring the ancient saints to the Jade Lake. If they want to harm me, I'll wipe them all out. Yi Fan was truly angered. He used the little girl's life to threaten him, making him harden his heart. If there was no leeway, then in for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound, in for a pound. They returned to the northern region silently. Yi Fan secretly invited the people of the Jade Lake and told them that he wanted to enter the Jade Lake. Not long after, the Saintess of the Jade Lake appeared and brought a message from the Western Queen Mother to protect his life. Then Yi Fan made great fanfare, fearing that the world wouldn't know about him. He headed to the Jade Pool openly, arriving in this pure land without any fear. The heavenly palace towered on the brilliant golden clouds. It was tall and majestic, dignified and divine. Mist curled around the jade stairs. Strange flowers bloomed and jade grass covered the ground. All kinds of spirit birds resembling golden crows and divine phoenixes danced in the air. It was a magnificent scene. Yi Fan's appearance shocked everyone in front of the heavenly palace. They hadn't thought that he would really dare to come. The younger generation couldn't enter the heavenly palace. The sons of the great sage, the saintess, and the strongest inheritors of the supreme sex all looked over. It was one thing for Yi Fan to kill saintess and sons, but this time, he had indirectly killed some heroes. This shook the entire eastern wasteland. These people all had complicated expressions. "Surnamed Yi, you're so cruel. You killed our patriarch." A disciple of the All Beginnings Holy Land shouted, his eyes full of resentment. "Return the life of our sect master." The disciples of the Yin-Yang sect also shouted in unison. Their voices were terrifying. Yi Fan's expression was calm. He didn't even look at them. He walked into the heavenly palace and faced the various heroes. He said calmly, "I'm here. Martial uncle, kill him and take revenge for the Holy Master. Our patriarch died too unjustly. If we don't kill him, we won't be able to appease the anger of the world." At the entrance of the Great Hall, many disciples were shouting, all of them carrying killing intent, shouting into the heavenly palace. "Brother Yi, how can you do this? You caused so many seniors to die. This is an immeasurable loss for our eastern wasteland." Great Yan's Saint Sun Xianxia sighed. They were all heroes of the world, heroes of a region. They dominated for thousands of years, but in the end, they died so quietly. Dao Yi's Saint Sun also sighed. "Kill him. What are we waiting for? Kill him and offer a sacrifice to the souls of those seniors in heaven." At the entrance of the palace, many disciples of the great sects and holy lands shouted. "Shut up." Yi Fan glanced at them indifferently. "I'm talking to your elders. It's not your turn to speak." Outside the palace, everyone was stunned and then furious. Yi Fan didn't even put them in his eyes. He actually wanted to be on equal footing with their seniors. "Let Nan come." Yi Fan stared at an old man with white hair and beard in the palace. In the heavenly palace, white mist curled around the ground. There were many jade tables filled with fruits and celestial wine. The old sect master of the Yin-Yang sect sat cross-legged behind the white jade table. He looked benevolent and was surrounded by mist. He didn't move at all like an immortal. His body flashed, and Nanan, who was sitting quietly at the side, was immediately freed. She quickly ran to Yi Fan's side and grabbed the corner of his clothes. Her large eyes blinked as she looked back, afraid that she would be caught again. "Are you okay, Nanan?" Yi Fan asked softly. "I'm fine. I just miss Big Brother and Doggy a bit." Little Nanan replied innocently. The 2-year-old little guy was like a little porcelain doll. She was carved from jade and extremely cute. "You are quite daring. You committed a heaven-overflowing calamity, yet you still dare to act so arrogantly and disrespect the seniors in the palace. Kill him. Seal his soul in the sea suppressing eye for eternity." At the entrance of the palace, many youngsters shouted. Yi Fan didn't pay them any attention. He didn't even give them a glance and completely ignored them. This attitude made many proud and arrogant disciples furious. This was disdain, undisguised disregard. He was simply looking down on them. "You are quite daring. You provoked such a great calamity, yet you still dare to come here." Finally, a hero spoke. "I am indomitable and have a clear conscience. Why wouldn't I dare to come?" Yi Fan stood with his head held high without the slightest bit of fear. Good. You have guts." The face of a supreme elder from the holy land of all beginnings sunk. Their holy lord had fallen. This was a heaven-piercing matter, and it was impossible for them to be kind. Killing intent pervaded the air within the palace. Many people stared at Yi Fan as formless killing intent surged. "You are not allowed to bully Big Brother." Little Nan Nan wrinkled her delicate little nose. Her large eyes were black and white, and her long eyelashes were blinking. She spoke in a soft and tender voice. "Uncle Feng said that he will settle accounts with whoever dares to harm Big Brother." The palace was deathly silent. Everyone was silent. Yi Fan was startled. He didn't expect the little guy to be so quick-witted. Chapter 537. A child's words were the truest. What could a 2-year-old girl understand? Perhaps she really did hear these words before, and that was why she said them. Merak's crazy old man was an existence comparable to an ancient saint. He was like a great mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. Who wouldn't feel restraining fear? The great hall became silent. What does a little girl understand? She's just speaking nonsense. A supreme elder from the beginning spoke. He didn't want everyone to feel restraining fear because of this. He really wanted to pull out Yi Fan's bones. However, no one echoed him. It was better to be safe than sorry. Everyone knew that the old lunatic had walked together with Yi Fan and was already unrivaled in the eastern wasteland. It was rumored that the ancient saints had boundless magical power and were omnipotent. No one could estimate their power and that they were like gods that walked the earth. It was extremely difficult for such a person to appear even in the ancient era. That was why they were revered as saints. All races looked up to them and all generations respected them. The saint must die. Otherwise, it will be difficult to appease the anger of the people. A supreme elder from the Z Palace spoke. This was the second person to speak. However, the others still didn't express their opinions. It was because they truly felt restraining fear that the old lunatic would really jump out. The ancient saint's gaze could destroy all things. A single drop of their blood essence could kill a powerful existence. They could call upon the wind and summon the rain in the ancient world and were omnipotent. Even a single strand of their hair that naturally fell off was like an ancient divine mountain. It was extremely heavy and could destroy a magnificent army. It could be said that the ancient saints were close to deities. Every drop of blood, every inch of flesh, every bone was a supreme divine object. Their strength was terrifying to an unimaginable level. Even with the protection of saints, we still have to be reasonable. This child is vicious and merciless, causing the death of so many people. They are all old friends of ours, so how can we let him go like this? He should be executed. Finally, a powerful existence from the northern plains Huang Jin clan spoke. He sat majestically on the throne and spoke righteously about killing Yi Fan. Central Continent's old Yin-Yang sect master didn't have much lifespan left, but his magical power was heaven overflowing. At this moment, his expression was calm, but his tone was very cold. As a saint, we should be able to distinguish between right and wrong. Killing this child as a sacrifice to the vengeful spirit is not contrary to the saints. Everyone, there is no need to worry. You and I can both kill him. In the main hall, white mist surged on the ground, reaching up to a person's knees. Behind each jade table sat a heroic lord. They were like dormant dragons, and within their bodies hid a frightening amount of blood energy, emitting terrifying fluctuations. At this moment, everyone was moved. Killing intent filled the air, and many people began to speak in agreement. Now, he even dares to kill a saint lord. If he is allowed to grow, he will turn the entire Eastern Barren territory upside down. How can we comfort the mourning souls if we don't kill him? He lured the lords of all sides into a trap and plotted against them. So many people died. How can we appease our anger if we don't kill him? The gunpowder was ignited. Those lords didn't open their mouths, but the elders under them all spoke up one after another, requesting for Yi Fan to be executed. You are all bad people who bullied Big Brother. Uncle Feng will come and save us. Little Nan Nan wrinkled her nose, and her childish words echoed in the main hall. Yi Fan laughed. He swept his gaze over everyone and said, "Why did you all appear in the 10,000 dragon nest? Naturally, it was you who led us there." A supreme elder from the Z Palace shouted. "Who forced me to lead the way to clear my name?" Yi Fan calmly asked. Many people were speechless, and only killing intent remained. And who was the one who repeatedly said that it was a place of great danger and that we couldn't go there? Yi Fan was unperturbed, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. You clearly knew that a great calamity was about to happen, so why didn't you say it clearly and stop everyone? The Supreme Elder from the 10,000 beginning shouted. Who was the one who slandered me as the inheritor of a vicious person? I tried to stop them, but they tricked me and wanted to kill me. Can you allow me to explain in detail? Yi Fan's expression was indifferent. You are in the right. You caused the deaths of so many heroes, and yet you want to push the blame away. If we don't kill you, the heavens will not forgive us. Someone from the True Demon Hall shouted. The 10,000 beginning divine leader, the deputy sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect, the younger brother of the Gold family leader, the Misty Peak master, and the True Demon Hall master were all dead. The Purple Mansion divine leader only had a head left, and the various supreme elders had also suffered heavy losses. There were too many important people who had died, and they naturally wouldn't let this matter rest. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He just took out a beautiful piece of jade and froze it in the air. Images appeared inside, as well as everyone's words. Why did we enter the 10,000 dragon nest? What happened back then is recorded clearly. This was everything that Yi Fan had recorded with the divine jade. Everything that had happened that day was quickly replayed, and he was forced into a corner. This caused many people to be speechless. Speaking from their conscience, they had all asked for this. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that they deserved it. No matter what, you have caused the deaths of so many people. You must pay with your life. A supreme elder of the Yin-Yang sect shouted. 10,000 beginning, the Purple Mansion, the Gold family leader, the True Demon Hall, and the Misty Peak all agreed, their expressions stern. Your mother, the large black dog muttered. It was so soft that it couldn't be heard, but who were the people present? Many people heard it. Where did this dog come from? Beat him up. The lungs of the Yin-Yang sect's supreme elder were about to explode. Shut your mouth. The monkey used the murderous weapon that was about to rot as a large club and heavily smashed it into the ground, releasing a loud dong sound. Now, everyone knew that the ancient king clan was about to appear, and they were all fearful of him. They were really afraid that he would summon a few terrifying kings in the future. Everyone, I have already made many copies of this divine jade, and they have already been distributed to various places in the world. Yi Fan spoke unwillingly and said, if you all feel that I am in the wrong, then let those pieces of jade spread into the world, and let the people of the world judge. Everyone's expression became sluggish. This kind of matter was nothing much if it was spread by word of mouth. If Yi Fan died, the various great sects could casually weave a crime for him. However, if real evidence was spread into the world, it would truly cause many great forces to be badly battered. Yi Fan was fearless. At worst, he would just sacrifice himself and summon the ancient saints to break the seal and slaughter until rivers of blood flowed. The dead are already dead, and the fault does not lie with Yi Fan. Everyone, you should worry more about the situation of the human race after the ancient king clans appear, the Queen Mother spoke. Many people wanted to say something, but it wasn't good for them to refuse the Jade Lake Divine Lord's face. This time, the Queen Mother had made a great effort, and with the Divine City Stone token, she had rescued them. The heavenly palace trembled, and many of the Holy Land's disciples were blasted away. 3 experts walked in with large strides, and all of them were imposing and intimidating. The Peacock King had light hair, and he looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old. He was very delicate and pretty, but his demonic might shook the world, and a single roar could shatter mountains and rivers. Those people deserved to die. They asked for it. This was the first sentence he said when he came in. It was obvious that he had come to support Yi Fan. This was a character at the top of the pyramid. Like Nangongjing, it was very likely that he would break through this realm and enter a higher realm. Beside him, the Green Flood Dragon King was tall and sturdy. He looked like a middle-aged man, and his blood energy was like the sea, very frightening. The other person was even more terrifying. He wore old clothes as if he had worn it for thousands of years. His bronze skin was dry, but he was hale and hearty. This was the Crimson Dragon Daoist. He was already over 3,000 years old, and was half a generation older than ordinary divine lords. He had almost stepped into the ancient king realm, and was someone who could do whatever he wanted in the eastern wasteland. He dared to hunt down divine lords. Even the monkey frowned when he saw him. Last time in the divine city, he had suffered greatly at the hands of the Crimson Dragon Daoist. If I kill you, then I kill you. If you die, then you die. What else do you all want? The Crimson Dragon Daoist spoke coldly, sweeping his gaze over everyone. The three world-shocking fiend kings came together, bringing with them a powerful pressure, making everyone feel incomparable restraining fear. Crimson Dragon, it's been 1,500 years. You still have the same temperament, meddling too much, don't you think? The Central Province Yin Yang sect's unmatched old sect master spoke. If you don't accept it, then come and fight. The Crimson Dragon Daoist laughed coldly again and again, not holding back at all. Treating a junior like this, aren't you ashamed? I will protect your divine body. Crimson Dragon, don't think that you are unrivaled under the heavens. We might have to fight. The old Yin Yang sect master's lifespan was about to run out, so he naturally wouldn't be afraid of anything. At this time, the Azure Emperor's descendant, Yen Ryu, also appeared at the entrance of the Great Hand Hall. Her black hair was like clouds, and there was a 9-phoenix hairpin in it. She wore beautiful clothes made from mountains and rivers, and she was as pure and holy as a divine lotus. Her style was unmatched, and her beauty was unmatched. However, her appearance made many people's hearts beat intensely, and they had a bad premonition. Everyone knew that the great demons were protecting her, and this represented a kind of will of the fiend race. Regardless of whether it was the Peacock King or the Crimson Dragon Daoist, they could easily borrow an extreme path holy weapon from her. Now, only the holy weapon left behind by the Azure Emperor could be used easily, and there was no need to suppress the so-called foundation. This was the most unstable factor in the current era, and many great sects were deeply apprehensive of it. Greetings, seniors. Yi Fan walked up and bowed. The Peacock King patted his shoulder, and then looked at some sect masters, saying, using force to suppress others, do you think I'm afraid of you? If you don't accept it, then come out and fight. The Northern Plains Gold Clan's lords surged with golden essence energy, and said, what harm is there in fighting? Do you think I'm afraid of you? That's right, let's fight. With so many fellow Daoists here, do the three of you want to disturb the Jade Lake Feast of Peaches? The Misty Peaks people also echoed. In the Great Hall, many experts stood up, and many heroes also spoke. Killing intent filled the air towards the three great kings of the fiend race. The Jade Lake only holds a feast once every 500 years, and every time there is a battle between holy masters. If you don't agree, then let's meet on the life and death battle stage. Wu Dao, Tu Tian, Jiang Yi, and the others of the northern region's 13 great bandits all stood up, and they stood side by side with the Peacock King and the others. Different camps, accumulated grievances for many years, were about to explode at this time, and many heroes were about to get involved. Everyone, why are you doing this? Western Queen Mother advised. She didn't want a bloody battle to happen. Even though the Jade Lake prepared a battle stage every time, she didn't want to see it. Brother Crimson Dragon, it's been 2,000 years, but you and I are still alive. The Crow Daoist spoke, and he seemed to be very emotional. You are also alive, of the old friends from back then, only you and I are left. The Crimson Dragon Daoist nodded, and he was quite emotional. Everyone felt that things were not good. This living fossil was clearly standing on the other side. If they really had to fight on the battle stage, it would be very difficult to pass this hurdle. The Crow Daoist was definitely a terrifying lord. What, you're not convinced? Let's fight. The Peacock King swept his gaze over everyone again, and he laughed coldly. Chapter 538. Peacock King, what do you mean by this? Do you really think we're afraid of you? Do you want to fight? We'll accompany you. There was no lack of people with fiery tempers. A powerhouse from Wanchu stood up on the spot. Their saint had fallen in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Their sex experts were filled with anger. Then what are we waiting for? Let's meet on the life and death stage. Although the Peacock King looked like a delicate youth, he had always been very domineering. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to kill the wavering light saint. Very well, let's fight on the life and death stage. The powerhouse from Wan Chu's side was the late saint's junior brother. He was also a one-legged character. Boom! The heavenly palace boiled as everyone stood up. A peerless demonic king was going to fight a saint. This was definitely a battle of the limelight. This was a gathering that only happened once every 500 years. It was no secret that there would always be such a great battle every time. Saint-level characters are going to fight. This trip is really worth it. A powerful rogue cultivator whispered. A demonic king is about to come out and the supreme experts are going to fight. I'm afraid the sky will be dyed red with blood this time. In front of the palace, many saint children and saintesses' expressions changed. The strongest descendants of the great sects were also excited. I wonder which great characters will take action. It won't be an earth-shattering battle, right? The younger generation was not calm because this was related to their sections. The Crimson Dragon Daoist and the Crow Daoist are old demons who can run amok in the eastern wasteland. Who can contend against them? You're looking down on the Holy Lands too much. There will definitely be 1 or 2 living fossils that can fight against the Crimson Dragon Daoist. They'll definitely jump out. Inside and outside the Heavenly Palace, both the older and younger generations were discussing this matter. Many people were extremely excited. The saint children and saintesses looked at Yi Fan with complicated expressions. He was the only one among the younger generation who could stand in the Heavenly Palace and fight against the older generation. Everything was caused by him. Killing intent filled the air. This battle was unavoidable. Many people's eyes flashed with cold light. They were all lords of their own territories. Once they had decided, it would be difficult to change their minds. They had to fight on the life and death stage. Let's invite the Western Queen Mother to preside over this battle and open the ancient battle platform, said a Saint Lord. The Jade Lake Life and Death Arena was located in the clouds. It was said to never sink and was boundless and indestructible. It could support a sacred lord's battle without having to worry about destruction. The Queen Mother of the West Side, she knew that she could not stop this. The grudges between the two sides had been building up for a long time, and this time, it was only because of the eruption of the situation. Only a battle could solve the problem. I hope everyone can stop here. Queen Mother of the West, please start the battle stage. A mighty cultivator from the Z Palace shouted and stepped forward. It seemed like he was ready to fight. Activate the life and death battle platform at the Jade Lake. The Queen Mother of the West opened her mouth. Her voice traveled through the majestic palace and traveled through the clouds. At the same time, everyone walked out, their battle intent surging like the sea. There were many figures everywhere. The various overlords were like gods and devils as they stood outside the imperial palace. Their blood energy surged out like barbaric dragons. This was a miraculous scene. From the crown of everyone's head, a blood light as thick as a mountain pierced through the sky like a great dragon. The younger generation were all horrified. This was the disparity between them, an insurmountable chasm. Such exuberant blood energy was like a raging sea that could swallow millions of lives. Rumble, the leaden clouds were like mountains, heavy and heavy, pressing down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. The thick gray clouds seemed to be pressing down on the ground. An ancient aura was emitted from them, accompanied by a strong killing intent. The Jade Lake Life and Death Arena was a huge martial arena. It was built from cliff rocks and every rock had a story behind it. The surface of the arena was mottled with blood. It was unknown how many peerless experts had stood here and fought a great battle to the death. The vast martial arena stretched as far as the eye could see. Many rocks were engraved with the names of experts, and cracks could be seen everywhere. This place was like an ancient battlefield. Although there were no corpses lying on the ground, the aura of the fallen experts was indelible and could penetrate into one's bones. Those who came here would feel as if they had experienced thousands of battles in an instant. They could feel the aura of the deceased peerless experts. one of the most famous martial arenas in the Eastern Wasteland. I wonder which experts will dye the battlefield with their blood today. I still remember the Jade Lake meeting 1,000 years ago. The old Saint Lord Lin Tianchong's aura devoured the mountains and rivers. In the final battle, he killed many powerful experts, but in the end, his lifespan ran out and he died here. I also remember that 1,500 years ago, the peerless monster King Qi Zongqiong fought alone against the crowd with his snow-white robe. With just one step, he could prolong his life. Unfortunately, his body cracked in the end and all his efforts were in vain. His blood dyed the ancient battlefield red. Many of the older generation recalled the past. Many great battles had happened here as if it was just yesterday. Those people and events hadn't gone far. The Jade Lake Martial Arena was indeed a special place. Every 500 years, there would be world-shaking battles during the Feast of the Peaches of Immortality. No one knew how many great characters had fallen here, leaving behind eternal legends that made those who had experienced it sigh. The Peacock King roared and turned into a 5-colored divine light. He landed on the life and death arena with his hands behind his back. He glanced at the crowd and said, "Whoever is not convinced, come up here." These words were extremely arrogant. He looked down on all the heroes and wanted to test his sword against the world. Don't be so arrogant. Others might be afraid of you, but I, Yin, am not. The late Saint Lord's junior brother had been waiting for a long time. He turned into a beam of green light and rushed over. Boom! He attacked as soon as he arrived without wasting any words. His 5 fingers shot out thousands of strands of primordial energy that transformed into a sea of swords. Clang, 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 the sound of the swords shook the heavens. The 10,000 blades of primordial energy were extremely sharp. Each slash had the imprint of the great Tao, and it was as if the heavenly Tao was slashing down. I've long heard that Yetian refined a strand of primordial energy. It really is true. No wonder he is so confident. Everyone was astonished. After that strand of primordial energy was refined, its power was unimaginably great. Each sword and imprint shattered the void. A total of 10,000 great Tao imprints descended. Every single one of them could destroy an archaic divine peak and shake everyone to their bones. The souls of many people outside the martial arena began to tremble as well. Terrifying, too terrifying. He cultivated in isolation for 500 years, yet he actually reached this level. He is truly an exceptional expert. Everyone was shaken, and many people cried out in alarm. The 10,000 streaks of primordial sword radiance produced 10,000 great Tao imprints. They actually linked up together and formed the true might of the heavenly Tao. It covered heaven and earth as it descended, shattering all tangible creatures. It left everyone horrified. Yetian immediately attacked. He didn't want to fight for hundreds to thousands of rounds, so he used his most powerful offensive saint technique to destroy a demonic king. The Peacock King roared and the mountains and rivers shook. If not for the martial arena's protection, many people outside would have collapsed. They simply couldn't stop this sound wave. Long. Stars filled the sky, and every single one of them was even more resplendent than the sun. It made this ancient battlefield seem as if it was about to ignite, and it was filled with a terrifying ocean-like fluctuation. Stars illuminate the clear sky. One of the most terrifying irregular scenes of the ancient era. Many people cried out in alarm. This was one of the Peacock King's heaven-defying methods. He also used it as soon as he came up. He wanted to decide life and death with a single move without leaving any way out. Zheng zheng zheng, every single star was as large as a mountain. They covered the vast and boundless martial arena and collided with the 10,000 streaks of primordial sword radiance. Dong! It was as if the high heavens had been crushed. That place became a land of destruction. Nothing existed anymore, and no one could see clearly. Pang! The great stars in the sky were extinguished, and only primordial chaos lingered about. Everyone was astonished. Could it be that the Peacock King was killed? Shwa! Yetian rushed out. His entire body was covered in blood, and there were many cracks on his body. He had suffered unimaginable injuries. He moved as fast as lightning to escape the ancient battlefield. In the void, the Peacock King stood alone. He released a loud roar, and the enormous martial arena was about to be overturned. The lead clouds were scattered. Ah! Oyerin cried out loudly. His body split apart in the void, and his head, limbs, and other parts were all separated. Pooh! He exploded in the void. He originally couldn't hold on any longer, and now, a loud roar completely shattered him. His body and soul were both destroyed. Everyone was stupefied. A powerful figure of a generation was blasted to death by the Peacock King just like that. He stood alone in the middle of the arena. His black hair danced about chaotically, and his demonic might overflowed into the heavens. I will protect Yi Fan for sure. Whoever is unconvinced, feel free to come up. The Peacock King's voice shook the skies as he stood with his hands behind his back. What kind of spirit was this? There weren't many under the heavens who dared to do this. The outside of the arena was in great disorder. An exceptional figure from the Holy Land of all beginnings died. This was a major event, and it truly left many people stunned. The Peacock King is too powerful. Rumor has it that he has even more powerful trump cards and many heaven-defying methods. Everyone discussed in shock. Li Daoqing, do you dare fight against me? The Peacock King shouted loudly, challenging the wavering light Holy Lord. Everyone was apprehensive. To challenge him in this type of situation, it was clear that he wanted to slaughter the Holy Lord. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. If the two fought a great battle, it would definitely be world-shaking. 800 years ago, they had fought for 3 days and 3 nights without a victor being decided. The entire world knew of this, and it shook the entire eastern wasteland. Why wouldn't I dare? In this type of situation, the wavering light Holy Lord directly accepted the challenge. This concerned the dignity of the great sage. Holy Lord, let me capture this little demon. An aged voice sounded, stopping the wavering light Holy Lord Li Daoqing. Senior brother. The wavering light Holy Lord Li Daoqing called out like this. There's no need to say any more. I'll deal with him. This person was old and clumsy. The skin on his body was completely loose, and his flesh seemed to have dried up. His hair was sparse, and he supported himself with a walking stick as he slowly walked out from the crowd. The Holy Lands really do have living fossils in this world. This is the wavering light Holy Lord's senior brother, Wang Zheng. He is over 3,000 years old, yet he is still alive. 8,500 years ago, he was like the sun in the sky. He had previously shone brilliantly here, defeating all powerful enemies, and then went into seclusion. Now that he has come out again, it is a pity that he is already past his prime. It is clear that he is like a lamp that has run out of oil, and he won't be able to live for much longer. Now, he wants to display his remaining power. When this elder appeared, an uproar broke out. Everyone was shocked, and they all began to discuss among themselves. Sush. He was like a ghost, fast to the extreme. He silently appeared in the enormous arena, and his turbid eyes shot out 2 strands of essence energy as he stared at the Peacock King. Chapter 539. The martial arena was built from large pieces of cliff stone. The marks of time were carved all over it. It was ancient and mottled, and many Holy Lord-level figures had fallen here. The blood of the peerless experts had long dried up, and not even their corpses remained. However, there was still a strong killing intent. This was an ancient battlefield in name and reality. This elder was like a ghost. He was completely silent as his palm pressed forward. It was as if a ghost lord had descended into the world. Cold winds blew about, and a deathly aura filled the air. The Peacock King's entire body went cold as he sensed the danger. He retreated thousands of zhang away, narrowly avoiding this attack. Pa! The elder played it down. His seemingly ordinary palm imprinted a black hole in the air that couldn't disappear. It remained there, devouring everything. He attacked again. He was like a ghostly shadow, incomparably gentle as he moved through the void. Cold winds howled angrily, and ghostly aura filled the air. However, the destructive power was extremely great. The Peacock King roared loudly. His entire body surged with essence energy. He was like a divine furnace as light shone for tens of thousands of zhang. His blood energy surged like a vast ocean. He brandished his fists with all his strength, sending out 9 barbaric dragons. They were all extremely firm and young, and each of them had a golden sun in their mouths. They surged out and collided with the gentle yin energy. Sila. The extreme yang and extreme yin met. The space between the two silently became a land of light and darkness. A terrifying collapse began, and the formless creation of extreme yang and extreme yin saint power began. A loud bang resounded in the martial practice field, and a terrifying brilliance erupted there, drowning both of them, forming a terrifying scene of great destruction. The extreme yin and extreme yang saint power only appeared for a short moment, but it was terrifying to the extreme. When the two met, all things would be destroyed. Pooh! The light-shaking realm elder rushed out like a ghost. A strand of black blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he quickly retreated. At the same time, the Peacock King also coughed out a mouthful of blood. His hair danced chaotically as he broke through the shackles of extreme yang and extreme yin like a demonic god, rushing out of the land of great destruction. It was only the first exchange, but both of them were already injured. It was obvious that they wanted to end the battle quickly, so they both used powerful killing moves. Life and death were decided as soon as they arrived. There was no room for negotiation, and only one person could leave alive. Whoosh! The light-shaking realm's living fossil attacked once again. His palms and fingers were an earthen yellow in color as they descended like mud. He didn't use any shocking saint techniques and simply pressed forward calmly. However, the Peacock King felt a chill in his heart. At this level, this old man had already returned to his natural state. His ordinary palm contained the Alcade ultimate killing technique. That was the terrifying yellow mud hand. Even if you were an almighty being, if you were hit by it, you would be destroyed like a pile of mud. It could be said to be a hand of death. Pa! Sure enough, after the yellow earth hand pressed down on the void, that land of nothingness rotted away, becoming a land of devouring, incredibly ruined. The Peacock King's eyes shone with a terrifying radiance. The 9-headed barbaric dragon rushed out, each holding a golden sun in its mouth. Tens of thousands of rays of golden light poured down like a divine curtain. Pooh! The first barbaric dragon was smashed to pieces by the yellow mud hand, the golden sun in its mouth exploding, turning that place into a terrifying energy storm. Pa! The yellow earth hand continued to descend, turning the barbaric dragon into yellow mud. The blazing golden suns were all swallowed up by the yellow mud, and an inexhaustible amount of essence energy was melted away. The Peacock King let out a long cry. Blood energy soared into the sky, scattering the dark clouds. An exuberant life energy submerged the entire world. This was a marvelous scene. Blood energy shot out from the top of his head like a great mountain, and his entire body surged with essence energy, surging like a vast ocean. It was as if Pangu had descended into this world. Boom! The Peacock King's aura swallowed the mountains and rivers. His large palms continuously slammed forward, forcefully colliding with the yellow earth palm. The sky seemed to be on the verge of being destroyed. A huge peacock appeared behind him, as if it was opening up the world. Primal chaos surged. The Alcade old man's expression changed. The other party was using his exuberant blood energy to force him to use his life force, engaging him in a battle of attrition. The Peacock King was like a divine spirit. His blood energy was becoming more and more exuberant. Every time he brandished his palms, it was as if millions of volcanoes were erupting. His imposing manner was shocking, and he possessed an incomparably oppressive feeling. Boom! Suddenly, the lifeless aura of the Alcade old man was swept away. His entire body emitted a brilliant light that pierced through the mountains and rivers. It was as if he was a god that was picking up flowers. He had finally revealed the supreme technique of the Holy Land, the mixed origin holy light technique. At this moment, this old man became incomparably terrifying. It was as if his blood energy was even more exuberant than the Peacock King's. Divine flames surged out like an ocean, completely submerging the vast ancient battlefield. He was like a god at this moment. Once the mixed origin holy light technique was unleashed, all techniques would be broken. He could collapse the heavens with a wave of his hand. Boom! Holy light covered the sky and covered the earth. Every inch of space was filled with terrifying divine splendor, causing one's soul to tremble. The Peacock King was sent flying by a single slap. Bloody scars appeared all over his body, and he coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. The situation was dire. When I, Wang Zheng, roamed the world unhindered, who dared to challenge me? Little Peacock, you are too arrogant. Today I will suppress you forever. The Alcade old man seemed to have recovered his vitality. He possessed peak strength and was unstoppable. His divine light was like an ocean, destroying everything. Boom! He waved his palm again. It was as if the heavens had reached out and pressed down. The holy light was like the clouds and the ocean, submerging the boundless ancient battlefield. There was simply no way to defend against it. Bang! The Peacock King was once again sent flying. His entire body was covered in blood, and his body was almost rotting. His black hair was dyed red with blood, sticking together in strands. Everyone was shocked. The Peacock King was a peak character in the current era. Even the holy masters deeply feared him. He was a peerless demonic king with few opponents. However, at this moment, he had been beaten to such a state. This was the first time in the past 800 years that he had been seriously injured. A living fossil that had lived for 3,000 years was indeed terrifying. Everyone was horrified. Once he erupted, who could stop him? This kind of person could roam the eastern wasteland unhindered. No one could contend against him. Those of the same generation had almost all died, and only a few remained. As expected of a living fossil-level expert. This kind of terrifying battle prowess is truly frightening. He could look down on the eastern wasteland. Unfortunately, his lifespan has reached its end, and he is about to leave this world. Not many people could live past 3,000 years. At this age, they were monstrous existences. Naturally, they were invincible and terrifying. Unfortunately, lifespan was their greatest shackle. Although their cultivation had reached the peak, they could not live for long. Stubborn resistance. The Alcade old man stepped forward, and the omnipresent mixed origin holy light gushed out everywhere. Any one of his movements could collapse the void. There was nothing it could not break, and it was about to melt the ancient battlefield. The Peacock King let out a long cry and spat out a 5-colored divine light that swept forward. Finally, he temporarily blocked the mixed origin holy light technique. Interesting. You have actually cultivated the innate 5 elements. Unfortunately, you have not reached great success. You will not escape death. The Alcade old man was like a god as he slapped down with his hand. The holy light was like an ocean, once again submerging the martial field. Every ray of light could kill an expert. So much mixed origin holy light was extremely frightening. The Peacock King's innate 5 elements holy light was almost destroyed. There were even more wounds on his body, but the holy light could not get any closer. Within the 5-colored divine light that he spat out, there was a pitch-black stone platform that suppressed all of this. Boom! A wave shook out, and the black stone platform became larger. It was wrapped by the 5 elements holy light and turned into a large seal. It pressed forward and shattered the mixed origin holy light. Precious seal of chaos. Outside the martial field, the Alcade Divine Lord's expression changed as he loudly reminded his senior brother. Last time, he had suffered greatly from this large seal, and his body had almost been broken. Back then, when they were fighting over the 9 secrets in the ancient tomb of Lizhou, the Peacock King had taken away that chaos stone and refined it into a very frightening secret treasure. This stone was left behind by Great Emperor Wuxia. Although it is only used as a bed, it is still a precious treasure for other cultivators. The large black dog said in a low voice. Bang! The precious seal forged from the chaos stone collided with the holy light. The martial field almost became a land of chaos. It was a terrifying scene. The Peacock King used the precious seal of chaos to block Wang Zheng's mixed origin holy light technique. The two of them were in a deadlock. This black precious seal is indeed frightening. Even a living fossil has been stopped, unable to take even half a step forward. Everyone was shocked. The two of them collided fiercely. The chaos stone within the five-colored divine light was as lofty as an ancient divine mountain, sturdy and immortal. However, the chaotic sacred light was said to be able to destroy all techniques. It was also extremely frightening, especially when it was used by a living fossil that had lived for 3,000 years. It could be said to be nature-defying. The Peacock King coughed up blood again, but he did not retreat even half a step. Meanwhile, the face of the Alcade Divine Lord, Wang Lin, was also flushed, and his body was trembling slightly. Between the two of them, black holes appeared everywhere. It was as if they had arrived at the Great Calamity era, where everything was destroyed, and nothing existed anymore. At this moment, only the mixed origin holy light and the chaos stone within the five-colored divine light clashed. This precious seal of chaos is too frightening. Everyone was horrified and they all felt a chill. In particular, the divine masters were extremely fearful. If the Peacock King used this stone seal to battle with them, how could they resist? If this kind of divine object was refined every day, who knew what kind of god tool it would become in the future? However, everyone was also very afraid of the Alcade Divine Lord's senior brother. The reputation of a living fossil was well-deserved, and he could definitely kill divine masters without fear. Boom! The Chaos Stone seal clashed with the mixed origin holy light technique. The Peacock King coughed up large mouthfuls of blood again, but he still did not retreat. Everyone knew that if this stalemate continued, it would be hard to say who would live and who would die. Although the Peacock King was coughing up blood, his blood energy was as vigorous as the sea and could be consumed for a long time. Meanwhile, although the Alcade Divine Lord was peerlessly terrifying, his lifespan did not have much left, and he could not afford to waste it. Stop! Stop! The Alcade Divine Lord and the Crimson Dragon Daoist shouted at the same time. They did not want to let them continue fighting. They were afraid that the people on their side would die in battle, and that would be an inestimable loss. The Crimson Dragon Daoist, the Alcade Divine Lord, Nangong Zheng, and many other powerful experts took action, forcibly separating the two and ending this battle. Yi Fan quickly walked forward and took out a jade bottle. He handed the divine spring to the Peacock King and opened the bottle. A fragrance wafted out, and everyone's eyes lit up. The Crimson Dragon Daoist and the Crow Daoist, in particular, had fiery eyes. It was as if they had seen an ancient scripture of a great emperor. The Peacock King drank several mouthfuls in succession, and then he immediately sat down on the ground. His entire body surged with spiritual essence, and his heavy injuries began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. His blood energy rushed into the heavens, and his entire body erupted with radiance. Innate five elements divine light curled about, and the primal chaos precious imprint rose and fell above his head. Yi Fan did not accept the jade bottle and instead handed it to the Crimson Dragon Daoist and the Crow Daoist. The two of them were a bit moved. For him who did not have much time left in his lifespan, this was a precious gift. Crimson Dragon, I actually want to fight against you the most. Not far out, the Alcade Divine Lord's senior brother Wang Lin spoke. Right now, he had already taken a holy medicine and recovered in the blink of an eye. Fine, I will fight against you. The Crimson Dragon Daoist had swept through the eastern wastelands, so who would he be scared of? He immediately accepted the challenge. Don't go. This old thing won't live for more than half a year. He wants to kill you before he dies. The Crow Daoist stopped him. He really thinks that I was trapped in the holy cliff for 1,500 years for nothing. I will send him on his way ahead of time. The Crimson Dragon Daoist spoke. Everyone was shocked. A great battle began again. The two living fossils were going to take action. This was definitely the greatest battle of the present. How many terrifying individuals could live to 3,000 years old were there in the eastern wastelands? When they were like the midday sun, intimidating the world, even the various divine lords had to look up to them. Now, they reached the peak of their individual power, but they didn't have much time left. They were about to die in meditation. This was a type of sorrow. Since the ancient times, many unrivaled heroes were defeated under the pressure of time. Even if they had great achievements, it was useless. They had no choice but to silently walk towards the end of their lives. Swoosh. The two living fossils seemed to have entered the ancient battlefield at the same time, both of them drifting about like ghosts. Senior brother, be careful. The Alcade Divine Lord transmitted sound. He understood the thoughts of this senior brother who was 1,000 years older than himself. He knew that he was going to die in meditation, so he wanted to get rid of this great enemy, the Crimson Dragon Daoist. Pa! The two old freaks who had lived for 3,000 years didn't have the slightest bit of passion when they took action. They were just like mortals, exchanging a palm. Many people of the younger generation felt that this was boring. They didn't have the demeanor of a peerless expert, and they couldn't see through the mysteries. However, there was no one at the Divine Lord level who wasn't frightened. When their palms met, countless Dao scars flashed and disappeared in the void. This was a confrontation that was similar to a great calamity. However, they were all melted away in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Normal people couldn't see it at all. How terrifying! Yi Fan's heart palpitated. He had cultivated the divine eye, so he could see everything. Pa, bang! The two living fossils' movements weren't very fast. They would attack from time to time, but they didn't use any peerless divine techniques. Instead, they were carrying out a life and death battle. You and I don't have much lifespan left, and we can't afford to waste it. Why don't we decide life and death in one strike? The two of them spoke at the same time. They had the same idea, and they wanted to decide victory and defeat in an instant. Boom! The Alcade living fossil Wang Zhang's withered body emitted a brilliant light that engulfed the entire martial arena. He was like a golden holy spirit. At this moment, he was peerlessly powerful. His body was filled with endless vitality, and his blood energy was like an ocean. The mixed origin holy light covered the sky and was incomparably terrifying. Boom! Endless holy light appeared in the void, forming a golden ancient cauldron. Dragon patterns covered its surface densely, suppressing the great world. He actually used the mixed origin sacred light technique to create the light-shaking realm's black gold sacred cauldron with dragon inscriptions and some method power. There wasn't a single person who didn't cry out in alarm, all of their expressions changing. They felt a type of misconception, feeling a trace of extreme Dao holy might. The old Daoist Crimson Dragon let out a long howl. His hair fluttered in the wind and his gaze was as sharp as blades. It was as if he had 8 arms as he struck out 8 types of seals in an instant. What? That's the Sky Demon 8 styles, the demon race's most ancient and terrifying supreme inheritance. He actually combined all of them together. Everyone was stunned, their hearts shaken. Their bodies went ice cold, and they were actually about to suffocate. The Sky Demon 8 styles merged into one. The Scarlet Dragon Daoist manifested a scarlet dragon in the void. It was incomparably real, and an ancient aura spread out. The might of the dragon was vast and mighty. The ancient battlefield was about to collapse. If it wasn't for the protection of the Jade Lake's Immortal Tears Pagoda, which contained a wisp of true extreme divine might, the martial arts arena would have long been destroyed. Boom! The two living fossils collided, releasing their most powerful attacks to decide life and death. Black holes appeared in large amounts, as if they were giving birth to the universe. They contained starlight, as if they were splitting the heavens and earth apart. The energy of destruction and rebirth surged like a tide. Eternal instant. It was as if 100 lifetimes had passed, but it was also as if only an instant had passed. Time was eternal, and it was difficult to distinguish. Poof! The Scarlet Dragon Daoist spat out large mouthfuls of blood and flew out from the black hole in the void. His entire body cracked apart and he almost died. Poof! On the other side, the light-shaking realm living fossil's eyes dimmed. His skull cracked open and his brain juices flowed out. His torso separated, and he was in terrible shape. Blood dyed the skies red. His flesh became a bloody paste, and his bones shattered into snow-white dregs. He was killed by the Scarlet Dragon Daoist. Chapter 540. Dead, a living fossil has fallen. He dominated the eastern wasteland for 3,000 years, but he ended up like this. A legendary character who dominated the eastern wasteland and no one dared to oppose him ended up like this when he was about to die. Many people sighed. A peerless character had lived a glorious life, yet he died in his old age. This was truly a tragedy. No matter how great a hero you were, you would still return to the earth. However, to die like this still made people feel pity. Senior brother. Sacred Lord Alcade was extremely sad and furious. Holy light rushed into the sky from his body as the 108 divine rings covered the sun. My condolences, Sacred Lord. Alcade went up and bowed. After Sacred Lord Li Daoqing saw him, a ray of light flashed through his dim eyes and he said, "In the future, you must kill the red dragon." In this world, no matter if it's right or wrong, it's easy to sympathize with the dead. You don't have much lifespan left, yet you want to use this chance to kill me. I can't sympathize with you. The red dragon Daoist's expression was calm and even cold. He stared at the shattered bloodstains and coughed out another mouthful of blood. Although the battle between these living fossils wasn't that intense, one move could decide life and death. It was even more dangerous. The red dragon Daoist was also heavily injured in this life and death battle. His body almost split open, but this couldn't harm his foundation. He drank a mouthful of divine spring water and scarlet light wrapped around his body. His wounds stopped bleeding, his broken bones regrew, and his energy recovered rapidly. He stood in the ancient battlefield and his ancient robe fluttered in the wind, causing all his opponents to feel apprehensive. In a short period of time, no one went up. The red dragon Daoist was too terrifying. His peerless demonic aura suppressed everyone and no one dared to go up. If they were slapped by this living fossil, their bodies and souls would definitely be destroyed. Ah! The supreme sect master of the Yin-Yang sect had a fake smile on his face. He looked towards the arena and said, "Crimson Dragon, you really are impressive. It's just a junior, is it worth it to take action like this?" At this time, everyone knew that Yi Fan's matter was just a prelude. The two sides had accumulated hatred for a long time and now was just the right time to explode. Wang Yangzhan, if you are not convinced, then come up and fight. The red dragon Daoist wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "Crimson Dragon, do you really think that you are invincible under the heavens? Bullying the weak with your strength will only bring about your own destruction." Yin-Yang sect's old sect master gave Yi Fan an indifferent look, and then he stared at the Crimson Dragon, saying, "This child conspired against all heroes, he should be executed here. You want to protect him, do you want to become enemies with everyone under the heavens? Can you represent the world?" Red Dragon had a cold smile on his face. "If you're unhappy, then come in and fight to the death." The supreme sect master of the Yin-Yang school sneered, "All right, let me try out your invincible technique." He walked forward unhurriedly and entered the training field. A yin-yang diagram rotated behind him, making him look unfathomable. Everyone was shocked. Another living fossil took action. Central Continent's old sect master's reputation was extremely great. He was already more than 3,000 years old, yet he was also about to die in meditation. "Wang Yangzhan, you're still the same." Crow Daoist spoke. He stepped into the ancient battlefield and said, "You want to take Brother Crimson Dragon's life while he is heavily injured?" He was the one who wanted me to take action. Wang Yangzhan revealed a faint smile, turning around to face Crow Daoist. "Brother Crimson Dragon, go and rest. You just fought Wang Zheng to death, so you need to adjust your breathing. I'll fight him." Crow Daoist spoke. "Crow, what is the meaning of this? The Crimson Dragon and I agreed to fight to the death, so why did you suddenly interfere?" Wang Yangzhan's face fell as he asked. "This Dao grandpa doesn't like you, so I want to kill you. Is that all right?" Crow Daoist was extremely arrogant. He wore a purple gold crown on his head, dark feather Dao clothes flowing with sinister radiance. Outside the ancient battlefield, everyone was shocked. This exceptional demon was tyrannical after all, speaking without any misgivings, worthy of being a living fossil that could rampage through the eastern wastelands. "It's better if I do it." The Crimson Dragon Daoist spoke. "No, I just don't like him, so I have to fight him." Crow Daoist persisted. The Crimson Dragon Daoist roared with laughter. He didn't say anything else, turning around to leave. With a few flashes he left the training field. Yin Yang Sect's Supreme Sect Master's expression was extremely gloomy. He transmitted sound, "Crimson Dragon, I wanted to settle my grudge with you, yet you backed off. What is the meaning of this? You should settle your grudge with Crow first. When my injuries recover, I'll fight you again." The Crimson Dragon Daoist didn't seem to mind at all. Outside the training field, everyone was paying close attention. Now, there were two living fossils confronting each other, the focal point of the great battle unending. Many people were looking forward to it. "Wang Yangzhan, I heard that your Yin Yang sects Saint Child and Saintess were both killed by someone. Is that true?" Crow Daoist touched on a sore spot. Wang Yangzhan released a cold snort, not replying. His eyes were filled with coldness. "A few days ago, the successor you chose, Yin Yang sect's vice sect master, died in the 10,000 dragon nest. This should be true, right?" Crow Daoist ridiculed. "Crow, you talk too much." Yin Yang sect's old sect master said coldly. "Talk too much? I was just casually asking. Your eyesight really isn't that good. The person you chose has already died, so you really aren't qualified to be a sect master." Crow Daoist laughed loudly. "Less nonsense. Let me see how your cultivation has improved after not seeing you for more than 1,000 years. Wang Yangzhan released a cold shout. An ancient mirror appeared above his head. The divine object left behind by the ancient saints, Yin Yang mirror. Someone cried out in alarm. "Something's wrong. That ancient mirror is their sect protecting supreme treasure, so there is no way they would carry it on them. This is an imitation, but its power is still great." Someone saw through the real deal. Ding. A precious bell appeared above Crow Daoist's head. It was sparkling and translucent, pure white and flawless like fine jade. It flowed with precious splendor, releasing a drawn-out bell sound. This is a rare divine metal. Just adding a bit into a Holy Lord-level weapon is enough. This bell is completely made from this type of divine object. Everyone was shocked. "We should also decide life and death with a single strike. We don't have that much life force to exhaust." Crow Daoist chuckled and said. He secretly drank a few mouthfuls of divine spring water. Yin Yang sect's old holy master nodded indifferently. He also secretly swallowed 3 holy medicines that contained a sea of life essence energy. The front of the Yin Yang ancient mirror was scarlet red like blood, while the back was pitch black like ink. Yin and Yang energies flowed about, rising and falling above his head. The two of them took action at the same time. The Yin Yang mirror faced them head-on. Scarlet multicolored light shot out, dyeing the entire ancient battlefield red. Primal chaos wisps curled about. Heaven and earth splitting apart, this mirror is truly terrifying. Everyone cried out in alarm. The Yin Yang mirror produced a blood-colored small world that was hazy and chaotic. It wanted to close Crow Daoist inside and refine him into a pool of blood. Dang! A drawn-out bell sound rang through the jade pool. The pure white jade-like precious bell released a tsunami-like sound wave. The heavens collapsed and the earth caved in, destroying all living things. This was an intense collision. Scarlet multicolored light and bell waves resonated. Heaven and earth splitting aura pervaded the air between the two, making all of the spectators suck in a cold breath of air. Pooh! Pooh! The two living fossils both spat out large mouthfuls of blood. A crack appeared between their brows. They were almost hacked apart by the other party, both of them seriously injured. Crow Daoist escaped from that blood-colored small world. He wasn't sealed inside. Meanwhile, Yin Yang sect master also backed up tens of thousands of zhang, not being blasted into pieces by the bell waves. After this life and death strike, the two of them disappeared into thin air, moving through the void. Then, they took action without any warning. Chi! The back of the Yin Yang ancient mirror was pitch black like ink. An abyss was opened up. The power of death surged, engulfing towards Crow Daoist. The pure white precious bell descended like a pagoda, about to suck Yin Yang sect master inside. The bell's walls were full of incantations that flickered with blinding radiance. The two collided. It was as if a flood overflowed into the heavens. The ancient mirror was sent flying, and the precious bell became dim. They were evenly matched again. The two of them spat out large mouthfuls of blood. These two living fossils both said that they would decide life and death with a single strike, yet their blood energy is so vigorous. After doing everything they could, they still have strength left over to fight again. Quang! A violent sound rang out. The ancient mirror and Wang Yangzhan's yin-yang diagram merged together, forming a tangible great Tao. A yin-yang world was produced. Yin-yang life and death reincarnation world. Many Holy Lord level figures shivered inwardly. This old sect master was too terrifying, displaying legendary methods. Gua! Crow Daoist released a crow cry. The space between his brows shone with golden light. A 3-footed golden crow rushed out, merging with the divine bell. On its surface, there were tens of thousands of incantations. Every single ancient character revived, producing a divine bell world. One could clearly see that on the ancient great earth, giants moved about, barbaric dragons roaming about. 3-footed golden crows moved through the sky, incomparably powerful. The divine bell rang out. The ancient desolate world inside began to tremble. 10 golden crows took to the skies, wreaking havoc in this heaven and earth great world. They collided ferociously. The savage world inside the divine bell and the Tao force produced by the yin-yang mirror fiercely clashed. Eternal radiance submerged the ancient battlefield. The great desolate world and yin-yang life and death reincarnation world devoured each other. Endless black holes connected together. There were also cracked great Tao imprints arranged in the void. Nothing existed between these two living fossils. Everyone was horrified. This type of confrontation was too terrifying. Even holy lords would die if they entered, turning into a bloody paste. These are living fossils. Even though they are going to die in meditation, in their final moments, they can overlook the eastern wastelands, rarely meeting opponents. Yin-yang sect master fell out. His hair was disheveled, and his entire body was covered in bloodstains. His body was almost smashed into pieces, and many areas revealed deep white bones. On the other side, the crow Daoist wasn't much better off. Crow feathers filled the sky, and many cracks appeared on his body. Blood was everywhere. You two, let's end this in a draw. Don't fight anymore. Jade Pool Western Queen Mother spoke. The Crimson Dragon, Green Flood Dragon King, Yin-yang sect, and others rushed into the martial arena one after another. They each protected a living fossil, separating the two individuals. All right, let's end this in a draw. Yin-yang sect master nodded. The crow Daoist drank a large mouthful of divine spring water, and then he said shamelessly, I haven't fought enough yet. A fragrance wafted out. Everyone smelled it, and they naturally knew that it was the precious life liquid. They all became speechless. Heng! Yin-yang sect master released a cold snort. He walked out with large steps, withdrawing from the battlefield. Wang Yangzhan, are you scared? I feel like we can still fight another 300 rounds. Let's fight another round. The crow Daoist calmly shouted. Things had already reached this point. This battle had come to an end, and it was impossible to continue. Everyone withdrew from the ancient battlefield. Everyone was momentarily silent. Several living fossils had taken action one after another, so who dared to enter? Yi Fan's heart jumped. The Crimson Dragon and Crow Daoist were both injured, but there seemed to be 1 or 2 living fossils among the Holy Lands. However, he wasn't too worried. If he was forced into a corner, he could just bring out the archaic saints. At worst, he would just pierce through the sky. At this time, the Green Flood Dragon King of the 13 Great Bandits stood out. He didn't say anything, and with a jar in his hand, he swept his eyes over everyone. Many people had the urge to curse out loud. That was Tu Tian's heaven-devouring evil jar, and he had borrowed it. With this sex artifact in hand, who dared to provoke him? Let's stop here. Everyone here is a hero of this world. If you all fall, it will be a great loss for the entire Eastern Wasteland. Western Queen Mother mediated. At this point, there really weren't many people who were willing to continue fighting. They were all apprehensive of each other. Half a holy weapon as well as the living fossil-level existences were all uncertain factors. Of course, what made people even more uneasy was that Yen Ryu was here. If the Azure Emperor's holy weapon was brought out, then it would be a great disaster. Then let's just kill this child. Yin Yang sect master spoke. Behead your mother. Yi Fan had long since found this old fellow displeasing to the eye. His words were full of obscenities, and this was the first time he cursed like this. He looked over provocatively. The Yin Yang sect's people were so angry that they all rushed over. Reporting to Western Queen Mother. More than 10 Jade Lake beauties flew over from the Pure Land and arrived outside the martial arena above the clouds. What happened? Western Queen Mother calmly asked. An archaic creature has come to visit. A white-clothed beauty spoke, revealing this kind of earth-shattering news. What? Everyone cried out in alarm. They were incomparably shocked. Looking at its appearance, it is indeed an archaic creature. It claims to have come from the absolute beginning forbidden region and wants to enter the Jade Lake. That female disciple replied. No one could remain calm. An uproar broke out, and no one wasn't shocked. Chapter 541. An archaic creature has really appeared, and he actually wants to enter the Jade Lake. Everyone couldn't help but feel shocked. Did he not explain where he came from? Someone asked. I don't know. He can only tell us after coming in and seeing the Queen Mother, the Jade Lake beauty replied. Everyone, don't fight to the death. Now that an archaic creature has appeared, we still don't know what kind of disaster it will bring, the Queen Mother said to everyone. Everyone didn't say anything. Everyone's hearts were heavy. The future was unpredictable. They thought about those archaic kings who could summon the wind and summon the rain. They were comparable to ancient saints. Was such an existence going to appear again? If it reappeared in the world, the master of this land would most likely change. Perhaps only a few undying inheritances who wielded extreme holy weapons would have some confidence. Everyone conversed briefly before heading towards the heavenly palace. It was impossible for them to continue fighting now. Along the way, the people of the Yin Yang sect were burning with anger. They wanted nothing more than to skin Yi Fan alive. Just now, he had contradicted the old sect leader like that, making everyone extremely angry. What are you looking at? I've never seen such a handsome uncle before. The large black dog bared his teeth. Although the people of the Yin Yang sect were furious, they had no way to bicker with a dog. Otherwise, if they argued with it, they would definitely become a laughingstock. The various leaders returned to the heavenly palace. Yi Fan sat at the end, while the others of the younger generation could only stand at the entrance of the main hall, waiting and watching. Not long after, a powerful creature flew over and followed behind the disciples of the Jade Lake. It stepped on clouds and entered the main hall. It really is an archaic creature. Many people cried out in surprise. For most of them, it was the first time they had seen an archaic creature. This humanoid archaic creature was more than 2 meters tall. It was extremely sturdy, and its entire body was covered in fine silver scales that flowed with brilliance. Its face was also like this. It had a pair of wide silver wings, as if it was carrying 2 snow-white heavenly blades on its back. It was robust and powerful, and its silver hair fell like a waterfall. There was a jade horn between its brows that curved like a horned dragon. It was more than a foot long and sparkling and translucent. In addition, there were 2 small heads on its broad shoulders. One was a wolf's head, and the other was a crocodile's head. Both were covered in fine silver scales. Maggot! The primordial creature came to the hall, raised its head, and spat out such a sentence. What is he talking about? Everyone looked at each other, confused. You've even forgotten the common language of the ancient era? It seems like too much time has passed and humans have forgotten too many things, the ancient creature said in the human language. In the archaic era, the human race also spoke these words? Many people were shocked. The human race is one of the creatures of the archaic era. If they want to survive, they naturally have to use this divine language, the ancient creature said. Divine language? A few people were lost in thought. There seemed to be some records in some ancient texts. This is the language of the ancient gods, shared by all races. Otherwise, if every race had their own language, how could they communicate? The ancient creature said indifferently. There were humans in the archaic era as well, but they were few in number. Moreover, it had been too long, and many things of the past could no longer be recalled, forever becoming the past. My name is Gu Daoya. This time, I'm only here to deliver a letter, he said coldly, and handed a beast-skin scroll to a grand elder of the Jade Pool. What letter? After receiving it, the Queen Mother of the West frowned. The characters on it were like phoenixes and dragons, and couldn't be recognized. She handed it to the other lords, and everyone was stunned. This was an archaic language, and no one could recognize it. The human race has forgotten the past, even giving up on the divine language. Could it be that they don't cultivate the Sun Saint Force and Moon Saint Force anymore? The primordial creature named Gu Daoya was surprised. Millions of years have passed, and no one in the world can recognize these ancient characters. Please read it out, a grand elder of the Jade Pool said. The human race has two shocking ancient scriptures that evolved and explained with divine language. Could it be that they've been lost? They've really completely forgotten about them, Gu Daoya mocked. No one argued with him. In reality, the descendants of the archaic era were the ones who shone brilliantly. The great ancient emperors were born, and they created their own supreme ancient scriptures one after another. Gu Daoya didn't waste any time. He opened the beast-skin scroll and read it out in front of everyone. Everyone couldn't calm down. The primordial creature was really going to be born. However, the time period was very broad. In 1 to 5,000 years, the slumbering kings would definitely all return to the earth. What made everyone feel slightly relieved was that the primordial creatures didn't want to start a war with the human race. It was written very clearly in the letter. Just like before the archaic era, the myriad races coexisted. Of course, there were many secrets passed down from the archaic era. Although the myriad races coexisted, there would still be wars between races from time to time. This was definitely unavoidable. It's a pity that this isn't the era of the great emperor. Otherwise, if the human race had a great emperor living in this world, even if the primordial creatures came out, they would have to bow their heads. Many people had such a thought and sighed inwardly. They knew that there would definitely be many conflicts in the future, and there might even be bloody battles. At the entrance of the Great Hall, the younger generation all revealed shocked expressions. There would most likely be a storm of blood in the future. They were born in such an era, and they might have to fight against the primordial creatures. It could be predicted that in such a great era, incomparably great existences would definitely be born. They would step on the corpses of the myriad races and ascend to the peak, but they might not necessarily belong to the human race. Perhaps, there would be humans comparable to the great ancient emperors. At the end of the beast hide scroll, it mentioned that the territory occupied by the human race was too vast. The primordial creatures needed to obtain a portion of the territory when they appeared. How large of a territory do you all want? Everything within a radius of 100,000 li where the primordial king slumbers belongs to us, Gu Daoya said. Everyone fell into deep thought. They didn't know how many primordial races there would be. If there were only a few, or even a few dozen, it wouldn't be considered much. After all, this land was too vast. Sometimes, it was hard to even see signs of human habitation within 1,000,000 li. After thinking about it carefully, the other places were easy to deal with. Only the absolute beginning forbidden area had a radius of 100,000 li, and it was the source mining area of the various holy lands. It was also the place with the most source resources in the world. If they retreated and gave up this place, the various holy lands would truly be unwilling. Their hearts would even bleed. Are you from the absolute beginning ancient mine? Shi Wangmu asked. The primordial creature shivered when he heard this and said, I'm only delivering a letter for the king of the absolute beginning forbidden area. It has nothing to do with the unparalleled existence in the ancient mine. Everyone was stunned. The primordial creatures were also very afraid of the ancient mine. This was even more horrifying. The monkey had once said that only the primordial emperors and the lords of the royal families could enter the ancient mine. The others were not qualified to even take half a step inside. I heard that there is a meeting of the human race in the Jade Pool. My king sent me here to deliver a letter. Gu Daoya said. This letter was for all the human race's powerhouses. He was more or less arrogant. The blood of the primordial royal family flowed in his body. Even though it wasn't very pure, he still had a sense of superiority as a superior. However, when he inadvertently discovered the monkey, he was shocked. The jade horn between his brows flowed with brilliance as he sensed something. You are the battling Saint Ape? Gu Daoya was shocked as he sensed a familiar aura. The monkey was rather calm. He sat there cross-legged and didn't express anything. When the old Saint Emperor passed away, he left behind a son and a younger brother. You're the Saint Prince. Gu Daoya almost knelt down. The Emperor of Fighting was the last ancient emperor of the primordial era. He was invincible in the heavens and earth, respected by all races. He was a god that all living beings had to worship. The monkey's identity was shockingly great. He was the only son of the old Saint Emperor of Fighting and was a true Saint Prince. Gu Daoya thought about it and immediately knelt down. Greetings, Saint Prince. My father has already passed away millions of years ago. What ancient emperor? I'm just a member of the royal family now. The monkey waved his hand. The old Saint Emperor was unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. Even though he passed away long ago, no one will forget him. Gu Daoya was rather respectful towards the monkey. In the main hall, everyone else was shocked. They didn't expect the monkey's background to be so great, and they were even more fearful. The monkey thought about it and pointed at the people of the Yin-Yang sect. Be careful of them and those people. As he spoke, he pointed at the people of the Holy Land of all beginnings. These people were stunned for a moment, and then they were all furious. This monkey was too dishonest. He was obviously trying to make things difficult for them. He was too immoral. Get closer to them. The monkey pointed at Yi Fan and the others. Gu Daoya was only in charge of delivering the letter and didn't stay for long. He left, but everyone found it hard to calm down. In the next 5,000 years, the ancient races would all come into being, and the land would not be peaceful anymore. Even though some people didn't want to let Yi Fan go, the Red Dragon Daoist, the Peacock King, and the others were so powerful that no one dared to provoke them. Moreover, the Queen Mother of the West had said that the Jade Pool was protecting Yi Fan, so he couldn't be blamed for the tragedy of the nest of 10,000 dragons. A huge storm was over, but it was hard to say what would happen after Yi Fan walked out of the Jade Pool. Everyone knew that the Jade Pool wanted everyone to help seal a few Stone Kings at the Feast of Peaches of Immortality this time. At the same time, during the Stone Appreciation Festival, all sects could display strange stones and sell them here. Senior Red Dragon, I'll give you a ripe mortal essence fruit. Yi Fan smiled as he passed through the Jade Pool's heavenly stone palace. What? The Red Dragon Daoist was shocked. A mortal essence fruit could extend one's lifespan by tens to hundreds of years. It was a peerless treasure. It's definitely more mature than the previous ones. Yi Fan smiled. He went directly to the pile of strange stones in the Holy Land of all beginnings, threw down 5,000 kilograms of pure source, and took one of the stones. The expressions of those from the Holy Land of all beginnings changed, but they couldn't stop him. That was because all the stones in the Heavenly Stone Palace had a price tag and were ready to be sold. As long as they left the pure source, they could take the materials themselves. Mortal essence fruit. Oh heavens, a mortal essence fruit. Everyone cried out in surprise. A fragrance wafted out, and the older generation all gathered around, their eyes filled with passion. A ripe mortal essence fruit is about to transform into an earth fate fruit. This is a priceless immortal treasure that can extend one's lifespan by 100 years. Everyone was dumbfounded, and only the faces of those from the Holy Land of all beginnings turned green. 5,000 kilograms of pure source was sold for a mortal essence fruit. A supreme elder almost smashed his head against the wall. Only now did people remember Yi Fan's other identity. He was the successor of the Yuan Taoist master, a guest of honor for those who didn't have much life force left. Many people revealed complicated expressions and sighed inwardly. They were incredibly jealous of the Crimson Dragon Daoist's harvest. Yi Fan came to the pile of strange stones in the Yin-Yang sect, and after searching for a long time, he shook his head and sighed. He threw down 15,000 kilograms of pure source and picked up a piece of useless stone. He cut it open in front of everyone, and brilliant light shone. A piece of divine source the size of a face tumbled out and hung in the air, illuminating the entire sky in a dazzling manner. It's a pity that it's not some immortal treasure, so I can't give it to Senior Peacock King as a gift. Yi Fan sighed. Beside him, everyone was driven mad. Such a large piece of divine source was worth 5,000 kilograms of pure source, and he actually said such a thing. He really deserved to be struck by lightning. Many people silently cursed and cursed him. In the end, something even more infuriating happened. He casually tossed such a large piece of divine source to the large black dog. The Black Emperor caught it in his arms, grinning from ear to ear as he chuckled foolishly. F***ck, what a waste of a heavenly treasure, throwing it to a dog. The people of the Yin-Yang sect were so angry they wanted to vomit blood, but there was nothing they could do. Their supreme old sect master was also searching for treasures in the sky, and coincidentally saw this scene. Veins bulged on his forehead, but he endured it in the end. I clearly found an origin technique grandmaster to take a look, and it was a useless stone. How could such a large piece of divine source be cut out? The people of the Yin-Yang sect were extremely angry. Little Yi Fan, you can't be biased. Li Heishui, Jiang Huairan, and the others' eyes lit up, and they all surrounded him. I'll look again. Yi Fan strolled around nonchalantly. Archaic spirit medicine, now extinct, worth 300,000 kilograms of pure source. Soon, there were cries of surprise again, and everyone stared at Yi Fan's group. In the distance, Ouyang Yi and a few people from ancient origin technique families sighed in anger. This brat is still far from becoming an origin technique master, but now that he has mastered the Yuan Taoist master's forbidden celestial technique, he can see source many times more accurately than us. Is it the saint technique that forms the 6 seals for celestials? That's right. The people from the ancient origin technique families coveted it, but there was nothing they could do. Trying to steal the origin heavenly book was purely courting death. Another piece of divine source. Many people exclaimed. Yi Fan cut out the second piece of divine source today from the strange stone pile in the Purple Mansion's sacred land. It was worth 250,000 kilograms, and he gave it to Li Heishui. Many people were going crazy. It was unbelievable and infuriating that he could casually pick up divine treasures as if he was taking a stroll. No wonder the Yuan Taoist master can make the sacred lands turn green in the face. No one can do anything about this. As long as there is a divine item, it can't escape his eyes. Someone sighed. He wanted to grab Yi Fan and ask him to help choose a stone. Unfortunately, there weren't many people who could ask him to help. There was no hope for the sacred lands. Moreover, what was even more outrageous was that Yi Fan kept wandering in front of the strange stone pile. They gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. An immortal flower. Everyone exclaimed. Around noon, Yi Fan cut out a strange flower from the primordial era. It was said that it could make one forever young. It wasn't very attractive to male cultivators, but to many women, it was undoubtedly a divine treasure. It immediately caused a sensation, and many people gathered around. Even the saintesses were no exception. There are actually 2 twin immortal flowers. Many people cried out. Yi Fan thought about it and turned his head to look. Among the women in the imperial palace, there were only 2 whom he was familiar with and friendly with. He smiled and sent them out. One was given to the demon race princess Yen Ryu, and the other to the Jade Lake Saintess. The 2 couldn't contain their joy. All women loved beauty. This kind of immortal flower had to be consumed immediately after being cut out. It couldn't be stored for long. Yi Fan didn't want to waste it. Amidst the envy, the immortal flower had an owner. All the female cultivators revealed murderous gazes. Yao Shi, the saintess of all beginnings, and the others wanted to go over and ask for a petal, but in the end, they could only endure. Several days later, the Jade Lake carefully protected a few stone monarchs and asked for help from eccentric people. Among them, there was a stone that was the strangest. It was dazzling and multicolored, emitting powerful life energy waves. Yi Fan activated his divine eye and was astonished after careful observation. There was actually a snow-white, sparkling egg sealed inside. It was incomparably mysterious. This stone monarch is becoming more and more active. It almost passed through the void several times. If not for the Immortal Tears Pagoda suppressing the Jade Lake, it would have disappeared long ago. Western Queen Mother sighed. Boom! When a few eccentric individuals tried to seal it, this stone king shot out rays of light that rushed into the heavens. Auspicious colors shone in tens of thousands of streaks. The monkey turned pale with fright. The egg inside the stone monarch was snow-white and sparkling. It actually shone through the stone and reflected its true form. On the snow-white eggshell, there were thousands of divine lights and all kinds of patterns. Those were the imprints of the race's inheritance. Heavens, the undying heavenly emperor really exists. He's not a legend. The monkey finally confirmed something and almost jumped up. He was incomparably excited. He stared at this stone monarch and wanted to touch it, but then he retreated with trembling fingers. Chapter 542. Heavens, is this a celestial egg? Everyone cried out in shock. This strange rock was as large as a millstone. The seal had long since disappeared, and it couldn't suppress it at all. It trembled lightly. There was an egg inside, mysterious and unfathomable. It came out through the wall, and its shape was clearly engraved in the void. Tens of thousands of auspicious lights flowed out. In the domain of origin, many divine objects would have a stone flying immortal scene before they were born, reflecting part of the true scene. This stone king was obviously different. At this moment, it was almost transparent, and everything inside could be seen. It was far from a normal stone flying immortal scene. It had powerful life fluctuations. Could this be the only egg left behind by a true dragon in this world? Someone made this guess excitedly. Divine flames are like a tide. Look, the brilliance is burning like fire. This is very much like the egg of the undying phoenix bird. It's no different from the legends. Someone said in shock. Within the strange rock, the egg was as large as a bowl. It was perfectly round and dazzling, and it exuded a mysterious aura. All kinds of patterns of the great Tao appeared from time to time, but they always flashed and disappeared. In this short instant, it had already changed into all kinds of colors. The auspicious splendor was endless, and it continuously swallowed and spat out innate essence chi. This is a divine object. Perhaps this really is an egg left behind by a true dragon or a phoenix. Perhaps it really is a celestial treasure. There are many legends in the world, and not all of them are fake. No one could remain calm. They were all discussing excitedly. This stone king was extremely mysterious, and there was no way to determine its origin. The monkey muttered continuously. Unfortunately, no one could understand the archaic language, so they didn't know what he was saying. Ai, denai? The large black dog joined in the fun, and said a few words in the archaic language that he wasn't familiar with beside the monkey. This rock has appeared, and it actually exists. The jade pool definitely can't protect it. If it isn't sent away, it will cause a great disaster in the future. The monkey made this judgment. It really has such a great origin? Why does it look so familiar? The large black dog was suspicious. He circled around this rock a few times, and suddenly raised his head. The light in his eyes flickered, and he muttered to himself, "That rotten rock in the corner? What are you muttering about?" Yi Fan asked. The Yuan Taoist master is also not a good person. The large black dog cursed. Then, it seemed to think of something and asked a grand supreme elder of the Jade Lake, "What's the origin of this stone king?" For the sake of Yi Fan, the people of the Jade Lake didn't care about this dog. If they wanted to ask Yi Fan to help them, they had to explain the origin of the stone. In the past, the Yuan Taoist master gave the Jade Pool 3 stone kings. This is one of them, and it's the most peculiar. Damani! The large black dog gritted his teeth and spat out a string of curses in the ancient language. "What are you talking about?" Li Heishui asked. The large black dog's expression darkened, and he refused to speak no matter what. He continued to stare at the Stone King, occasionally tapping it once or twice. The Jade Lake didn't want the egg of this stone to come into being. She wanted to ask people to seal it, but all the people with special abilities had tried, and no one had succeeded. Unless we use the 6 seals against celestials, we won't be able to seal it at all. The people of the origin technique ancient family made this judgment, and at the same time, they looked at Yi Fan. Hearing this, the people of the Jade Lake immediately understood, and the others also revealed strange expressions. This was the supreme divine technique of the Yuan Taoist master, and only his inheritor could use it. The 6 seals against celestials is a supreme origin technique that can seal mountains, rivers, the earth, the sun, the moon, and the galaxy, and it can suppress supreme experts. However, it hasn't been perfected yet. Yi Fan shook his head, indicating that he could only use the 2 seals against celestials, and it was impossible for him to use the 6 seals. He was close to the level of an origin technique ancient family, which meant that he could use the supreme origin technique. As long as he had the chant, he would definitely succeed. Origin techniques need to be developed, and we can't keep them to ourselves. We can study the ancient scriptures together, another person of the origin technique ancient family said, finishing the last sentence for Ouyang Yi. For the Jade Lake, we are willing to do our best to explore a perfect plan together. The others also nodded. Yi Fan smiled and said indifferently. He recited the deduction of the 3rd seal of the 6 seals against celestials, so that the others could ponder and think about it. That's all. It's too little. How can we deduce it? It's impossible. The people of the origin technique ancient family all wanted to get the Book of Source Heaven. To them, this ancient scripture was as important as the secrets left by the ancient emperors. Ouyang Yi wanted to snatch it even in his dreams, but he didn't dare to go too far, for fear that the monkeys would tear him apart. He could only say to the people of the Jade Lake, "It's too simple, and I can't deduce it." Yi Fan sneered and said, "And this is part of my deduction. The original text is even more difficult than this. As I said, this kind of origin technique doesn't exist, and it needs to be developed and perfected by later generations." Buzz. The strange stone shook violently, and 9 beams of divine light shot out. The imprints on the egg were revived, and all of them were imprinted in the void, emitting terrifying waves. Dong! A mysterious aura spread out of the Jade Lake, and the light pierced through the heavens. If it wasn't for the Immortal Tears Pagoda's suppression, it would have pierced through the sky. Sovereign blood. Thousands of miles away, an ancient creature walked out of a cave and gazed at the Jade Lake with a shocked expression. This pattern, this inheritance imprint. He was in a daze, feeling that it was very similar to a certain record in an ancient legend. "I have to report this to the king." He flew away quickly. In the Jade Lake, many people were shocked and didn't know what was going on. The monkey said solemnly, "Send this egg away as soon as possible. Once the waves spread, an ancient king will definitely come to claim it." What? Ancient beings will covet it? Everyone's expression changed. In the following days, many people with special abilities worked together to seal the 3 stone kings, and it took a lot of effort. One had to admit that the lineage of the origin king was very powerful. He sealed one of the stone kings by himself, and it was guaranteed that it wouldn't come out for a long time. Yi Fan sealed half of the stone kings. His origin techniques were profound, but he hadn't reached the level of an origin master yet. He only managed to seal this stone with the help of a special ability. The ancient families of the origin techniques worked together to seal 1 stone king, and the Jade Lake was very satisfied and expectant. In the next few days, the Black Emperor held the ancient sovereign token and stood guard beside the strange stone that contained the celestial egg, mumbling to himself. "Did you sense the ancient sovereign token? We come from the same source." Yi Fan was completely speechless when he heard this. What was this stupid dog thinking? Did he want to steal this strange stone? Don't try to do that. Don't cause trouble. F***ck, this stone has always been fated with me. Back then, it was something that was thrown in a corner along with the ancient sovereign token. The large black dog said angrily. Boom. On the 5th day, A terrifying aura spread into the Jade Lake, and a disciple hurried over to report. Queen Mother, something bad has happened. A large number of ancient beings are blocking the Jade Lake. What? Why is it like this? Many people cried out in surprise. Outside the Jade Lake Pure Land, clouds rolled, and there were many ancient beings in the void. They formed a large black mass, and they were actually invading in large numbers. There were purple clouds, gray mist, and white mist, all connected together. Scales flashed, and colorful feathers flowed. There were all kinds of creatures that had never been seen before. In the center of the thick clouds, there was a large divine source. It was so bright that people couldn't look at it directly. An unparalleled beauty was sealed within it. Chaotic mist swirled around it, making it difficult to see clearly. Without a doubt, this was an ancient king. The hearts of the human elites all sank. This was a group of ancient beings, and a king had personally come. The pressure was too great. The only thing that made them feel lucky was that they were in the Jade Lake now, and the divine tears pagoda left behind by the Western Empress could suppress everything. It was a supreme support. They appeared in the God City, and they caused a great disturbance that day. That's right. They attacked the Purple Mountain and attracted many ancient beings. They came from the place where great Emperor Wu Shi passed away. Everyone cried out in alarm. They recognized this group of ancient creatures. Yi Fan was even more shaken. He saw this divine source again, and the young lady sealed within was pure white like jade. Even though he couldn't see her up close, she was a bit familiar. Is it really the woman that was suppressed by great Emperor Wu Shi according to the Purple Mountain stone engravings? More than 100,000 years have passed, and now she has appeared again. With this group of powerful creatures surrounding the Jade Lake, it truly made it hard for everyone to calm down. Everyone made preparations for the worst. What do you all want? A Jade Lake Supreme Elder spoke. We didn't come to attack the Jade Lake, but rather to bring back the descendant of a deity. A humanoid archaic creature spoke. My Jade Lake doesn't have a deity's descendant. You all came to the wrong place. The Jade Lake's Supreme Elder replied. It can't be wrong. I sensed that type of aura outside the Pure Land. He is in the Jade Lake. A powerful creature walked forward. There were 8 pairs of wings on his back, and green scales flickered all over his body. At this moment, 10,000 streaks of auspicious light rushed into the sky from the Jade Lake. The clan inheritance imprints illuminated the void, creating a mysterious and gorgeous scene. That's him. An archaic creature pointed at the auspicious lights and imprints. Now, everyone understood that they came for the Stone King, and that the egg inside was related to the ancient creatures. The undying heavenly emperor really did exist. The humanoid ancient creatures all began to tremble with excitement. This is my Jade Lake's divine object. Several supreme elders spoke one after another. I don't want to bring it away for nothing either. I'll compensate you all. The beautiful young lady sealed within the great divine source block transmitted her divine will. Swoosh. In the void, a large piece of divine source block appeared. It was 2 or 3 square meters in size, and it was even larger than the sun in the sky. The immortal splendor was dazzling, as if it was an expanse of eternal light. There was no one who wasn't shocked. Just how much was this large piece of divine source block worth? This was an astronomical number that was extremely frightening. No one would have thought that the archaic kings would be so generous. They didn't hesitate to pay any price to bring back the descendant of the so-called deity. Even if we don't come, there will still be others who will come. I don't want to start a war with the human race. The young lady within the divine source block transmitted her true voice. It was as if an immortal song was echoing through the air. Her words were extremely clear. If the other kings received the news and hurried over, a bloody battle would most likely erupt. I'll give you all an hour to consider. Clouds and mists surged. All of the ancient creatures were submerged within, unable to be seen. However, the powerful aura was still there, as if an abyss was about to erupt. The Yuan Taoist master had said that if the archaic kings came to ask for this wondrous stone, they had to hand it over. It seems like he knows the origins of this stone and is scared of bringing about a great disaster. Within the Jade Lake Pure Land, Western Queen Mother, and a few others were discussing. In the end, they agreed to hand over the wondrous stone. They didn't want a bloody battle to happen because of this. An hour later, more than 10 archaic creatures entered the Jade Lake. Among them, the woman sealed within the divine source block floated out. She personally came to receive the Stone King. Many heroes were at the side. Everyone felt a type of pressure. This was the first time they were facing an archaic king at such a close distance. However, the woman purposely hid her aura and didn't let them see her true appearance. There were wisps of mist curling around the 2-meter-long divine source block. Divine senses couldn't penetrate it. On the side, there were more than 10 humanoid ancient creatures. They were either tall and valiant or elegant and beautiful. They were all different, and they all emitted a terrifying pressure. The undying heavenly emperor really did exist. This is his only descendant. An archaic creature said with a trembling voice. It's exactly the same as the legendary inheritance imprint. Another archaic creature was shaken. The undying heavenly emperor, for archaic creatures, was an extremely distant ancient emperor. It was impossible to confirm whether or not he had existed. For the 10,000 ancient races, he was a supreme deity. He had long surpassed the scope of archaic emperors. It is a rock within the ancient Emperor Mountain. Who would have thought that the undying heavenly emperor's descendant was sealed within? The woman within the divine source block sighed. The wondrous stone trembled. The flowing essence energy became even more vigorous, surging like a tsunami. It really is the descendant of a deity. Could it be that the undying heavenly emperor really did exist? Did he also pass away in meditation within the ancient Emperor Mountain? We actually didn't know. Chapter 543. Undying Heavenly Emperor, an existence that was both human and deity. He was incomparably ancient, an unmatched deity among the 10,000 archaic races. Right now, everyone was shocked. This strange stone's origins were too shocking. It might very well be the only bloodline of a deity left in this world. No wonder it couldn't be sealed at all, and there were all types of ascension scenes. He was about to appear, and the blood of a deity flowed within him. The dozen or so archaic creatures continuously spoke. Everyone obtained some information in shock, and their expressions all changed. This egg was terrifyingly ancient. Before the archaic times, there was actually an endless amount of time. The bloodline of the undying heavenly emperor had long been sealed in this stone before these creatures went into slumber. At that time, they had no idea that today, they were about to appear. Only when they saw this stone did they recall everything of the past. A rotten stone that had been lying in a corner of the Purple Mountain since the archaic times actually had such a great history. These archaic creatures were indescribably shocked. No wonder the existence of the undying heavenly emperor has long been uncertain. It seems like the archaic times have been too long. The woman sealed in the divine source sighed. They spoke a few human words, and then a few archaic words. The human experts couldn't hear them too clearly, but they roughly understood. Purple Mountain, the place where great Emperor Wu Shi passed away in meditation. It was incomparably important during the archaic times, actually a place of pilgrimage named Ancient Imperial Mountain. The undying heavenly emperor might very well have left behind indelible traces in the Purple Mountain. It was to the extent where the woman sealed in the divine source released a long sigh. She believed that the unmatched existence that was both human and deity had also passed away in meditation in the ancient Imperial Mountain. The human experts were all shocked. The corpse of the undying heavenly emperor should have existed for tens of millions of years, never rotting, and could be refined into an extreme Dao holy weapon. A female archaic creature stared at the Black Emperor hiding behind the crowd. She immediately clenched her teeth, her almond-shaped eyes widened, as if she was going to fight to the death. "Don't stare at this emperor, I'm not that handsome." The large black dog braced himself and cried out, baring his teeth as he confronted her. Shi Luan. The archaic king in the large divine source spoke. Even though it was the sound of nature, it possessed unmatched might. The woman immediately stopped, not saying anything else. Many people were confused, not knowing how the large black dog provoked an ancient creature. Only Yi Fan's heart jumped. He glanced at the Black Emperor, not saying anything. You are a sacred battle ape. One of the ancient beings saw the monkey standing in the distance, and a look of shock appeared on its face as it stumbled back a few steps. He really is the sacred prince. The dozen or so archaic life forms were all shocked and excited, finding it difficult to calm down. It's the youngest son of Emperor fighting. That's right, it's definitely him. He actually survived. They looked at each other and hesitated for a moment before walking forward together. They bowed and said, "Greetings, sacred prince." Only the archaic king stopped in the distance. Her status was extremely high. Not to mention her cultivation, just her bloodline alone was not inferior to that of the monkey. The experts of the human race were all astonished. The ranks of the archaic races were extremely strict, yet they were actually so respectful to a monkey. This was something that exceeded everyone's expectations. First, they had the bloodline of the undying heavenly emperor. Now, they had seen the son of the emperor of fighting. These primordial beings were all feeling uneasy. Both of them were sons of ancient sovereigns, and according to reason, their statuses should be equal. They had extremely high statuses among the archaic life forms. However, the undying heavenly emperor was a special supreme existence. In the eyes of the myriad races, his status surpassed that of deities. His only bloodline could be said to be the son of a god. The archaic king left the Jade Lake with that wondrous stone. The terrifying fluctuations disappeared, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, their hearts were not at peace. They took away a divine son. Will an ancient sovereign be born in the future? An existence that was believed to surpass deities had indeed appeared in history today. His only son was about to be born. That egg's mysteriousness and terror spoke for itself. It would definitely give birth to a great expert. The more people thought about it, the more terrified they felt. There were a total of 7 wondrous stones, and all of them were stone kings. 3 were sealed, and the archaic king took one away. The monkey used his essence blood to feed one every day. Now, there were only 2 left, but they were also mysterious and unfathomable. Many people with special abilities were at a loss as to what to do. One of the stone kings had layers of patterns like greenish-brown feathers. The people of the Genesis Technique ancient clan worked together to attack it, but they all let out miserable screams. And Genesis Technique Grandmaster died on the spot. He was shot by a beam of divine light and died on the spot. What is this? Not to mention the cultivators, even those who knew Genesis techniques were shocked. They had no idea what had happened. The people of King Yuan's bloodline walked over. The leader was an old man, the current King Yuan. He was a true Genesis master. Behind him were 8 strange people. They were the 8 lunatics who had once stirred up a storm in the divine city. This is the flying feather stone. It could be a divine treasury, or it could be a ghost cave. It's hard to say, he said. Yi Fan nodded inwardly. There had never been a Yuan Daoist master from King Yuan's bloodline, but occasionally, a Genesis master would appear. Their Genesis techniques were powerful, and they lived up to their name. You nodded inwardly. Did you see something? Is it better than King Yuan? Someone from the Genesis Technique ancient clan said. They were very dissatisfied with Yi Fan. I can't say I'm better than him, but I know a little. Don't tell me you want to bet with me again? Yi Fan laughed. Many people present also laughed. Who didn't know about the stone gambling war in the Divine City? Yi Fan had just appeared, but he had made a few ancient clans lose face. At this time, he brought up the past again. This was like hitting people in the face, scolding them, and exposing their shortcomings. It was too unkind. Among them, Nangong Chi had fought with Yi Fan, and he was the most resentful. He said, "You are only at the Grandmaster realm, similar to us. What right do you have to be so arrogant? How about we make another bet?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. King Yuan was an honest person, and he looked very ordinary. At this time, a strange look appeared on his face. He said, "Little friend, what did you see?" "I can't see through this kind of feather stone, and I can only judge some clues based on my feelings," Yi Fan said. "If you can't see through it, then why are you so arrogant?" Do you really think you are the Yuan Taoist master? Someone from the Genesis Technique ancient clan sneered. Yi Fan turned around and saw the people from the Yin-Yang sect standing behind them. He naturally understood that they had a powerful helper, and they were more confident. What does it have to do with you? I am discussing with Senior King Yuan. If you are not satisfied, then let's make a bet and give me a few million kilograms of origin source. Yi Fan didn't look him in the eye. Many people were speechless. They felt that he was the same as the Red Dragon Old Priest and the others. If they were not satisfied, then fight. Nangong Chi and the others were shocked and angry. If you have some confidence, then why don't you make a bet with him? A supreme elder from the Yin-Yang sect said, clearly supporting them in picking a fight. This old man has also seen some clues, Yang Yi said. He was infinitely close to the origin source master realm. Apart from King Yuan, he was the best Genesis technique expert here. 5 million kilograms of pure origin source. Yi Fan's voice was sonorous and powerful, shocking many people. Such a huge amount of pure origin source could be considered an astronomical figure. How many people could take out such a huge amount? This time, the people from the Genesis Technique ancient clan had learned their lesson. Although they spoke provocatively, no one made a bet. Yi Fan was very helpless. It seemed that this sneak attack would not work. He had been too ruthless in the Divine City, and many people had been tricked badly. They would not be tricked again. This old man will make a bet with you, Yang Yi said again. He was about to become a origin source master, and he had never fought with Yi Fan before. How much do you want to bet? Yi Fan asked. 1 million kilograms of origin source. If I lose, I will give it to you. If you lose, hand over the origin heavenly book. Yang Ye's eyes were sharp. Yi Fan scoffed coldly. The origin heavenly book is only worth 1 million kilograms of origin source? All right, I don't want the ancient book. If I win, I just need to take a look, Yang Yi said. Isn't it the same? Don't even think about it if you are less than 5 million kilograms of origin source. Yi Fan refused. All right, 2 million kilograms of pure origin source. Yang Yi went all out for the origin heavenly book. He borrowed origin source from a few Genesis technique ancient clans. I only want God's source. Otherwise, I cannot carry an entire mountain. Yi Fan made a strict request again. After 3 days, Yang Yi gathered a pile of God's source, attracting the close attention of all the sect masters. 5 God source the size of a face plate filled the Jade Lake with an ocean of spirit chi. This is the feather-flying divine treasure. There are peerless treasures inside, most likely comparable to the saint items of the great emperor, Yang Yi said, making his own judgment. Yi Fan laughed and said, luckily, our judgments are different. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. I said it was the feather-flying heavenly coffin, with the corpse of an ancient expert buried inside. Perhaps there are divine items buried with it. After some discussion, the Jade Lake wanted to borrow the power of many people to cut open the remaining 2 Stone Kings and see what was inside. These weren't the special Stone Kings that the Yuan Taoist master wanted them to seal for a long time. They could use a knife to bring them out. Then let's see what is inside. The people from the Genesis technique ancient clans all laughed coldly. They didn't think that Yi Fan could be stronger than a source master. It's time for the origin heavenly book to change owners. Some people were already impatient. This stone was too special. It was brought to a barren area in the Jade Lake and was about to be cut open in the wilderness. All the sect masters followed to see what was inside. Boom! When an expert cut it open with a flying sword from far away, a terrifying aura drowned out the heaven and earth. The extreme Yin was like a knife, shattering the void. Everyone was astonished. Fortunately, they were hiding far enough away. What was sealed inside? Extreme Yin Saint Power. Someone's expression changed. This was a supreme saint power that was passed down from the ancient generations of the human race. Overflowing black fog engulfed the heaven and earth. After an unknown period of time, the extreme Yin and gentle extreme Yin saint power finally disappeared, leaving behind sparkling sparkles. Exceptional divine treasury. The people from the ancient clans cried out. People rushed over and found that the sparkling thing was actually a shattered bone. It was as white as jade and flickered with splendor. This is the corpse of a saint. It's been shattered. The Jiang clan saint master cried out in alarm. Not to mention ordinary people, even the supreme sect master's expressions changed after seeing the shattered bones of a saint with their own eyes. The bones were almost shattered, and one could imagine the severity of his injuries. There was a broken jade tablet beside him with 4 ancient characters carved on it. Unfortunately, no one could recognize them. Extreme in scripture. Finally, someone found a spiritual imprint and cried out in alarm. Everyone was stunned. An ancient scripture had appeared, and many people almost made a move to snatch it. However, thinking that they were in the Jade Lake and under the suppression of the Immortal Tears Pagoda, everyone restrained their impulses. The people from the Origin Technique ancient clan's faces were ashen. They could not believe that an Origin Master's judgment would be inferior to Yi Fan's. In reality, Yi Fan was indeed lacking compared to an Origin Master. Even though he knew many Origin divine techniques, they were ineffective against this stone. The reason why he was so confident was because the monkey was standing at the side and told him that this stone was definitely a tomb. In the ancient times, some great characters would use supreme secret techniques to bury themselves in a stone before they died, coexisting with the heaven and earth. Coincidentally, it was this feather wondrous stone. Is it really the extreme in scripture? Many people's words were trembling. If that was the case, the Jade Lake would have 2 ancient scriptures. The Western Queen Mother of the Jade Lake probed the jade tablet with her divine sense and sighed. She retreated and said, "What a pity, the extreme in scripture has been destroyed." Many people did not believe her. They probed with their divine senses and found that it was just as the Western Queen Mother had said. There were only a few imprints on the jade tablet, and the rest had long been destroyed. It was the extreme in saint power that overflowed when he was dying that destroyed everything. Many people felt that it was a pity. When they returned to the Jade Lake Imperial Court, Yi Fan laughed heartily and took away the pile of divine origin. Ouyang Yi and the others felt their hearts bleeding. "Ha, you are so passionate. You have given me so many divine origin. I am very grateful." Yi Fan laughed and mocked. The people from the Origin Technique ancient clans were so sullen. Nangong Qi was so angry that he vomited blood. Ouyang Ye's face was also dark, but there was nothing she could do. The last Stone King was also cut open, and there was a ray of bloody light inside. It killed a few experts on the spot and turned them into a pool of blood. It was a horrifying scene. At the crucial moment, the Immortal Tears Pagoda suppressed it with a ray of divine might and destroyed it. Only then did the others survive. What is that? Everyone was puzzled and gathered around to see. Red hair. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. There were only some terrifying red hair in the rubble. Something bad happened to the Stone King. King Yuan said. He also knew about this. He revealed a serious expression and sighed. I didn't expect the legend to be true. If he becomes the Yuan Taoist master, something bad will happen to him in his later years. Even a strange stone in his hands is like this. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He carefully observed for a long time, but he didn't learn much. He didn't know what it was at all. There was a powerful being sealed in the divine origin in this stone. Something bad happened to it, and only a crazy divine consciousness was left. It was destroyed by a ray of divine might from the Immortal Tears Pagoda. This was the only conclusion that Yi Fan and King Yuan came to after a long discussion. Both of them were shocked. The Jade Lake Feast of Peaches came to an end, and the various lords left one after another. Some people glanced at Yi Fan before they left. Their intentions were obvious. Soon, everyone left, including Li Heishui and Jiang Huairan. They were ready to go to the Central Plains and find a chance to enter the Extraordinary Scholar Academy. Before the Red Dragon Daoist and the Peacock King left, Yi Fan secretly gave them a divine fruit to extend their lifespan. It was left to repay the Divine King's kindness, but Divine King Jiang had killed himself and left the mortal world. No one knew where he went, so it was no longer useful. A month later, the monkey also left. He provided enough royal blood and took away a peach divine fruit from the Jade Lake, as well as a divine fruit from Yi Fan. Outside the Jade Pool, there were experts moving about, quietly waiting for Yi Fan to come out. Unfortunately, a month was wasted. Yi Fan didn't have any intention of leaving the Jade Lake. He wanted to cultivate in seclusion. These days he was very free. Sometimes he would cultivate in seclusion to comprehend supreme arts, and sometimes he would travel with the fairies in white in the Jade Lake. Some of the supreme elders of the Jade Lake felt their eyelids twitching. They were on guard against Yi Fan, afraid that the incident between the Yuan Taoist master and the saintess from 10,000 years ago would happen again. They couldn't chase Yi Fan away, because in the future, they still had to ask him to nurture a few stone kings for them to grow. They could only helplessly urge the Jade Lake Holy Daughter and another female disciple to hurry to the Central Plains, to the eccentric academy. On this day, Yi Fan was in a daze. A female disciple of the Jade Lake brought him a red sandalwood box. After opening it, something immediately attracted his attention. The cell phone. He clicked on it and opened a video. A familiar beautiful face appeared in the video, and a gentle but clear voice could be heard. "Yi Fan, save me.